Good evening. Okay, let's get a printer printed. So, see how's everyone doing tonight? So, where we left off, I've actually done a bit of work since then. SSR is installed. The bed is actually installed and wired up. I didn't do that on stream just because I really wanted to be tonight, the night we start printing. So the bed's hooked up. What else? I did go ahead and actually install the firmware and get a config on the Taco off stream, which is a good thing I did because I spent about 6 hours today hunting down random issues and whatnot. So that's actually pretty good that I did that before the stream instead of tonight, because tonight would have been a whole lot of staring at a screen trying to figure out why a probe isn't working right or something like that. So that means tonight we're just going to be hopefully wrapping this up and getting her going. So one of the few things we still have to install is right now the fans aren't fanning. So we are going to have to install this little buck converter so we can feed 12 volts to our Noctua fans here, because these 2130s do get way hot, way hotter than I thought they actually did. So they're cooking. So we need to keep these guys cool before we actually try to do any serious moves with this printer. So if you've never worked with these little buck converters are pretty common. So we're going to just use one of these to power the two fans. Hello, Pablo. So, getting started. As you can see, they don't really have a connector on it. So we are just going to go and solder some wires directly to it and get that out of the way. So unfortunately, you can't get my normal over the mat angle because I have a printer in the way right now. So this will have to do. Yes, it is a TS100 and I love it. What I have is to power it. I know a lot of people use laptops, but I picked up one of these guys off Amazon for cheap. It's just a no-name brand. 24 volt, 360 watt power supply. I also plan to use it for charging LiPos. So I have a bunch of connectors on it so I can plug different stuff in to power it. So I actually need a plug. What mount is the C920 on? It is some random mount I found on Thingiverse. Where I put those wires? Yeah, the TS100 is also good because you can run it off LiPos. So let me see. I don't know if I can actually. Yes, I can. Good. So what I am doing for the ins and outs, actually feeding the wire in up underneath, and then I'm going to solder it like you would a pin, basically. So we'll come in from the top, actually. kind of hard because it's actually 24 or 20 gauge wire. I might have to drop it down to 24. There we go. That'll do. Using a buck converter for the Pi, just make sure it's a good buck converter. Like the one I'm using to power my Raspberry Pi on this guy is a, it'll do 5 volt, 10 amp. So it's actually a pretty beefy buck converter. And if you hear a child in the background, it's my son's bedtime, and he's been a butt all day, so you might hear him. Because he's 2, and 2-year-olds do 2-year-old stuff. There we go. So we have some wires on here. And now for the other end, we are just going to, instead of running it directly to the power supply, I'm just going to bounce it off the same connectors that I'm using here on the other buck converter and just feed it off that. But before I get that far, I'm going to solder on the other wires. Is it okay to use PETG rather than ABS? So officially, Voron, we recommend using ABS for everything. My very first Voron, my V1, which is actually what the frame for this guy originally was PETG. I personally didn't have any functional issues with PETG, but that's because it literally printed ABS parts and then I ripped it apart. Simply in print quality though, just swapping from PETG to ABS parts, my print quality went up. So that, now the problem with PETG, and not a lot of people realize, is the glass transition temperature. It's not like a peak where some plastics, where as soon as it hits a certain temperature it fails. It'll just start weakening as it gets closer and closer to that temperature. And I've seen some parts, I don't have any pictures unfortunately on this computer, of some pretty gnarly deformed parts in PETG and PLA. I've seen people try high temp PLA. Yeah, no. If all you can print is PETG currently and you really want to build a Voron and you plan on replacing the parts later, you'll probably be okay. But if you do plan on printing enclosed a lot, I definitely would not use PETG. If you were printing open air and you never printed, like say you were only ever going to print PLA fully open, you'd probably be okay, but you probably wouldn't get the print quality because PETG also, don't forget, yes, it is very strong, but it's also springy. Which a lot of people don't realize that. They just know that, oh, PETG is strong. Yes, it's strong. It's got good layer adhesion, but it's springy. ABS is also springy, but not in the same way. There's all kinds of material qualities of, material qualities of things is like a whole study, basically. I'm I'm just cutting off the excess here because it's like a pin now. There we go. So now this guy is soldered up. And we'll get this installed. Is resin. I haven't seen any resin parts that can withstand the forces of a Voron. A lot of resin printers only really print parts that just, you know, little miniatures that look cool, maybe some fan ducts, but I've never actually seen a resin printer personally, like somebody print parts for a Voron on a resin printer and actually put them into functional use and last a while. So, plus it's going to take you forever. Okay. Probably put the in on the inside. Yeah, resin printers also, like, some people complain about the smell of ABS. I've only ever seen one actual resin printer in person, and that I couldn't not imagine running that in my house all day. Now I know there are obviously some plastics that are nowhere near as bad for smell, but whatever that guy was running reeked. ABS warping with a non-enclosed printer. It really depends on your settings and the type of ABS. Now, for example, when I printed my original V2.0, I printed it on V1, mostly unenclosed. Now, I printed with eSun ABS Plus, which is a pretty low warp ABS, and I also printed with a fat brim and a draft shield on a Core XY, so the bed wasn't constantly moving, so the hot air just kind of sat on top. And also, a lot of Voron parts are designed to be pretty easy to print because they're low. You're not printing tall spire parts, you're printing parts that are only a couple centimeters off the bed at most. So you're staying down where the heat is. So if you can tweak your settings right and print with a low warp ABS, you should have no problem printing ABS parts unenclosed, or at least get functional ABS parts. They may have a slight warp to them, but they should be okay. Yes, I can't smell ABS. Like, actually, I do smell ABS. It just, I've been exposed to so much of it, it doesn't even bug me anymore. Oh yeah, and a little tip here. Anytime you're doing something like this where you're putting multiple terminals into the same, or multiple like forks into the same terminal, if you look at your prong, okay, Focus. You see the little hole there? When you put two of them together, if you have to put two together, put them in, make sure you put them in like this. You don't want them the opposite way or stacked. You kind of want them like that, so there's they bend the least amount when you tighten down the terminal. I don't know if you're officially supposed to do that. I've seen this done on multi-million-dollar CNC machines, so I'm assuming it's okay to do. But yeah, I'd rather do this than try and jam two wires and then crimp them together. How crammed a 250 build is. Oh, just a little Raspberry Pi on that. Forgot I had that for the camera. There's a 250. Jake from State Farm, $4.99. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Been doing my research and going to be pulling the trigger soon on ordering parts. Thanks for all the documentation. Thank you for enjoying the videos, and I hope they help you on your build. Oh, there goes the Pi. Yeah, it's an old Pi. It sits on the back there, and I literally only use it for the camera because this guy's still running rep firmware. Have I thought about messing around with the extruders like the Galileo? So for the Galileo, I am actually pretty interested in it, but I'm kind of busy testing and working on other stuff. So unfortunately, I don't really think I have room in the pipeline to test one of those right now. In the future, I probably will. But at this time, no. Okay, so we are going to use a super custom mount for this guy. I'm going to use a zip tie and stick it to something because I'm not going to print a mount for this little buck converter. I don't think it puts out enough heat to melt the zip tie, so I'm not too worried. And if it does, well, I'll worry about it later. Okay, so the trick with these little buck converters, now if you get a good buck converter, usually the ones that are rated for higher amps, they usually are fixed, so 5 volt, whatever. This one here you have to adjust, so make sure you set your voltage for it before you hook it up to whatever you need to power. So we'll get the Sparky Spark machine. Because the last thing we want is Sparky Sparks again. And we're going to have to power this guy up. Don't have the wires touching the frame. Hopefully no blowing fuses. Hopefully not. So actually, it's going to be a pain because I'm going to have to hold these with my hands. I don't have alligator crimps on these. Oh well, it's 12 volts. I'll be fine. Power. So what do we got? We got 17 17 volts. So if I were to try to power some fans at 17 volts, that probably would not have been too good. Okay, so here's the thing with me blowing up stuff. Everyone's done it. I just did it on camera. And nothing actually got damaged. So I'm only down a 10-cent fuse, which I can totally live with that and not, you know, blowing up a $50 power supply or something like that. So with these, I remember you got to turn the hell out of them. So we'll go one full turn counterclockwise, see what we get. $16. Wow. Okay, so each full turn is 1 volt. And we want to get down to around 12. 1, 2, 3, 4. $10 volts. Okay, got to go up a bit. I'm sure these Noctua fans can handle a little bit of overclocking, but I'm not going to push it. I really wish I had ones with alligator clips. 11. Wrong way. 12.1, I can live with 12.1 volts. Okay, power off. I've never blown up anything, said no one ever, exactly. Okay, so now I gotta hook these up. So these fans come with a little adapter to bring them down to 2 wires. And I'm actually not gonna cut any wires on the fans because I want to kind of keep them in case I ever go on to use them for something else. So these guys I'm going to have to put into a connector. And then same with this, I'm gonna have to put it on a connector. So more wire stripping. Actually, I could just take these off and do them separate. Any sparks planned for the stream? No, hopefully not. Because once this is wired up, the printer is going to be flipped, and we're going to start trying to get her to push plastic. So we might actually get a print today, hopefully. We shall see. If we don't, we don't, but hopefully I'm shooting for it. Yeah, if we get sparks, then it's going to suck. Honestly, the most likely thing is going to be a nozzle crash. Is there a bill of material? Yes, if you go, not for this build, because this build is random parts, but an actual proper like spec Voron build, if you go to vorondesign.com, I'm sure somebody will link it in the chat. There's a configurator, you can pump in or plug in any number for size of build and whatnot, and it'll spit out the entire bill of materials along with a sourcing guide to help you find those parts to build your printer. Oh, there's the PA09s. How many fans support on one buck converter? These little ones, I don't know what the actual amperage is. because these Noctua fans are 12 volt, 0.05 amp, 0.6 watt. So I'm pretty sure I could run a few of them without issue. It's just they're the only 12 volt things on this printer, so I'm just running a cheap little buck for them. Yeah, they're. I think these ones, the LM something, there's like a number for them. They're common on Amazon. They will handle, I think, 3 amps, but in reality, I wouldn't push that. Like, I have tried powering a Raspberry Pi off a 3 amp buck converter, like a cheap one, and I had two. One, I would get issues with the Raspberry Pi constantly. The other one worked fine, so it's kind of hit and miss. Same thing with all cheap Chinese electronics. You might luck out, you might not. Is there a rough build cost for a brand new build? Pre-Rona, if you were building a V2, it'd be, US prior to shipping, probably around $1,200 to $1,500 depending on the size. A V1 will look at probably around 1,000 plus minus 200 depending on how good you are at sourcing shit. The problem is a V0 will run you about 400 to 600. Problem is with shipping and Rona and everything's all thrown out. Like, stuff gone up in price. A lot of people are just buying stuff off Amazon instead of waiting on the slow boat from Ali. So that's driving up a lot of prices, a lot of build costs. Personally, I have no idea how much I have in these things because I really don't want to look. These are the right ones, these are not the right ones. Yeah, the LM2956 or whatever it is, that's the one I use. I don't know if they're legit or not. I just bought, a 5-pack of them off Amazon a while ago. I only really use them for fans. Okay, I don't need this long, so we are going to go and shorten you to about there. Sponsored by KBC. But I will take a free poster. Officially not sponsored by anyone. Except for viewers like you. Thank you. Is a Duet Duex the best board to choose if you have money? You're not going to get anything quality-wise or performance-wise any better out of a Duet and Duex that you'll get out of some SKRs and running Klipper. So performance-wise, there is zero reason to go with the Duet. Now, the Duet is good hardware. Don't get me wrong. The drivers are a little bit old now. Personally, I think 2209s are the bee's knees. But you don't get anything out of a better board, really. Is it a GTR still not supported with Klipper? I think a few people have got them running, but again, it's overkill. Because there's really, what are you getting with a GTR that an SKR for a Voron does the same thing? Because you're not running Marlin, remember. And you got to still get an expansion board, so it's not a single board solution. Same with the Duet. There we go. I guess drag chains. I use the $10 Chinese chains. I've had zero issues with them. I personally haven't tried the IGUS chains. They're good. Don't get me wrong, they're good. But are they however much more they are good? Probably not. Do I know if anyone's selling full kits? No. There are a few vendors that sell like component kits. So like the frame and like the rails and a bed, but for the most part there is nobody selling actual complete full Voron kits. The price margin, if you're self-sourcing everything, you're looking, $1,200 to $1,500 plus any, China. If you're sourcing everything from China, you're going to have to go through and spend the time to make sure every part that you ordered is good. Make sure you get good boards, good power supplies, good rails, good everything. You're going to have to build everything up, get kits organized. You're going to have to put a pretty big markup on it. And you're probably still not going to make that much profit because, kids are still going to buy a $300 Ender 3. So in terms of, making and selling full, complete Voron in a box kits, I don't think anyone's going to take the investment and the risk of doing that. It just doesn't make financial sense, in my opinion. TMC 2226s, I've never had, I've never worked with them. Remember, A4988s, Allegros, perform functionally exactly the same as all these fancy new drivers. The new drivers just are quieter, and people are like, oh, they run more torque. Yeah, you're running a 1 amp motor anyways, and like this I'm only feeding 1 amp to all these motors, so yeah, I can do more amps, but are you using more amps? No. So the newer, fancier, the 2209s are good because they're quiet and they don't require a lot of cooling. These are 2130s. They get screaming hot just sitting here. Like I had it on and I was just making sure my homing directions were right and my Z was moving up and down correctly and everything. And when I flipped it over, these heat sinks were about to fall off. They were that hot. That's why I'm putting the fans on first. So let's power this up and make sure we got some fan spin. And, they have, sensorless homing and whatnot, but we don't use sensorless homing. So that's kind of useless. Fan spin. We have fan spin. That's good. I gotta take my earplugs out because they got active noise canceling, so I still can't, even without them. They really don't push that much air. Hopefully that's enough air. We'll find out. But yeah, Noctuas do not push a lot of air. Okay, so let's zip tie everything up and flip this guy over. I'm not going to go installing a screen or anything because I'm going to do that on a separate video probably, because I'm going to actually hook the screen up using one of these nanos and a breakout board and plug this into the Pi, so the screen actually won't be attached to the controller board. It'll be its own separate entity with Klipper, because I kind of want to show off how Klipper, pretty much if you can plug it into a Raspberry Pi and the MCU is supported by Klipper, you can utilize it in some form. So why don't you use sensorless homing? So sensorless homing is only accurate to the next full step. So for XY homing, it's not too bad, but for Z homing especially, for because some people have tried where you smash your nozzle into the bed and use that as your home. You're only accurate to the next full step, and then you're also smashing into your bed. And most beds do have a little bit of give, especially on bed flingers. If you hit it at the edge, it'll tilt a bit. So I don't like using the nozzle to actually get your Z0 because you always risk pushing and shimmying, and it doesn't have to move much, but 0.1 mil and it's off 0.1, there's a layer off. So sensorless homing is, in theory, okay. Core XY doesn't work too great because you have such long belts. There's a risk of it just being too springy and not being consistent. And since we have to home accurately to hit your Z switch, you kind of want to have an accurate home. And for a 10 cent KW10, I'd rather not risk smashing my gantry into something. Plus, there's always the chance of false positives, false negatives. It's finicky, and I really don't see any advantage to it over literally a 10 cent micro switch that will be more accurate. Why? Yeah, like if you look at the Prusa Mini, if you take the controller board and look at it, there is no hookup for a Z, or I think they might have a Z1 because they have the Pinda on it, I think. But there is no X or Y limit hookup at all. They rely only on sensorless homing. So, yeah. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of it because I see it as kind of it's not a good alternative. Like CNC machines use inductive probes usually for their homing. Like they'll have an actual just probe, a big inductive probe on the axis, and that's what they use for their homing. Although most of them using coders, and they're a whole different beast than a 3D printer. It's nice when you can turn off a machine for a day and then turn it back on, and it doesn't need to rehome. It just knows. So because I'm not cutting extra wires here, because I don't want to fiddle with the fan wires, just in case I ever do reuse these fans. This is probably going to be the ugliest part of the wiring under here because I'm just going to have extra wire. The TMC, let's see. Is there a way to use an SD card with Klipper for offline? I think there is a way to use a virtual SD card. But I honestly don't have a lot of experience with Klipper. My previous Klipper machine is the V0, which I drag and dropped a config file, tweaked a few things, and ran with it. So I've never actually had to deal with, we're going to deal with this together. Setting up mesh leveling and all that. Okay, good enough. Yeah, one more zip tie. When in doubt, more zip ties. Is there crash detection? Yeah, the machine will go brrr, and then you hit the power switch. Although I found my printer will smash something off the bed before it stalls out on an object on the bed. So. Yeah, so you still need the Raspberry Pi with the Klipper. So you can run it you can upload everything to it, and then if, out and about, you can just push the button on the screen to select a print and print. But you can't, I don't think you can just plug a USB in and drag and drop a file. Yeah, human crash detection. It's like, what is it, power panic or whatever Prusa calls it, where, if the power flickers or power goes out, you can resume a print. But, again, you're only accurate to the next full step, because when the power goes out, your stepper motor will lock to the next nearest full step. So you'll never be able to resume a print perfectly. If you're printing ABS, your bed will cool, which risks your part popping off. And on a Voron, you can't really do power panic at all because how are you supposed to rehome your Z if you have something on the print surface, because your gantry is going to hit it. So unfortunately, there's no option to do a power panic save state if the power goes out on a Voron. So buy a UPS and then just keep printing through the power outage. Because if your power's out for more than 20 minutes, odds are your print's coming off your bed anyways or whatever. So if you're home and you have a UPS and the power goes out, run downstairs, drop the temperature of the bed or turn the bed off completely for a bit. Hopefully you got enough battery to get through it. You might be able to get like 20 minutes or something. Okay, let's flip it. And tonight we'll have it facing that way so you can actually see. Plug all this back together that I knocked down. There we go. So, right now I don't actually have the pin that I'm going to use when I'm like done for the Z end stop. So I'm just using a random pin. So one thing to keep in mind is when you're looking at your pin, you want the ends to be as flat as possible. Okay. So the reason for that is if your pin's in there and it spins a little bit, it really shouldn't matter where on the pin you hit because it's flat. Now I know it's kind of hard to cut a pin perfectly flat unless you have like, you know, a V block and a surface grinder with a cup wheel and whatnot. But you want to try and have the pin as flat as possible. So if you're buying pre-cut pins, use your flattest ones, or if you're cutting them yourself, use the one end that comes from the factory flat as what your nozzle hits. You want to have that pin as flat as possible. In. Okay, so I'm gonna have to move this camera out of the way. Okay, so we're on. So let me clear my desk up a bit here. Because we're gonna be doing a bunch of keyboarding tonight. And let's see here. Oh yeah, we got some underglow. Yeah, we got some underglow. Actually, do I have the exposure up too high? No, it's fine. Just like a Fast and the Furious Mitsubishi Eclipse from 2002. Okay, let me check chat. Let me check that a bit. Okay, precise crash detection. How heavy do you think the printer is? V2.4 is about 40 pounds. And that's a 250, so that's a smaller one. Yeah, a lot of people I know that have Prusas have pretty much turned off all the Gucci features that they have. Just because, you know, false positives and whatnot. It's, yeah, they're nice, but they're not, you know, nowhere near reliable enough. Like, you want reliable, look at like a tool head monitor on like a proper CNC machine where it detects the load on the tool head and will adjust speeds based on that. So. Brought to you by Razer. I don't have any Razer products. Do I? No. What do you think of mounting the screw bed on 3 screws as stated in the manual? It's fine. This is on 4 right now just because I've been flipping it around. I didn't want to accidentally send it flying somewhere. So basically the only reason you 3-pound mount it, we're not dealing with planes. Okay, I know 3 points define a plane, but that only applies when you have 2 perfectly flat surfaces, which even these Mike 6 plates aren't perfectly flat. There will be some variance to it, and your gantry, no way in hell, you are, unless you build it on a layout table, a granite layout table, and bolt everything together with steel. It's not going to stay perfectly flat. So 3 points to mount your bed is literally for thermal expansion. That's why we don't have one of them centered. You could center it, but then you have a hole in the middle of your bed, or you'd have to space your rails out more. You would have to space these out to the edge, so you could have 2 on one side and then 1 in the middle. So yeah, it's pretty much only for thermal expansion, so that when the bed does grow, it has somewhere to go. So instead of bowing up or bowing down, it just expands out on the X and Y. It's kind of like how your driveway, your concrete driveway, has cuts in it to allow expansion. We can't cut our bed, so we have to let it, give it the freedom to move when it heats up. So then there's all the kinematic mounts and whatnot. This guy has been bolted to the frame with 4 screws that I have torqued down and haven't moved in about a year, and I still get good, perfect first layers. So I personally don't see any reason to go diving in. Okay, so let's figure out Klipper with Voron stuff. Now I know last week I said I wasn't going to play with this, and basically the first moves would be on stream. I lied. A good reason for that is I spent about 6 hours today going through firmware issues, config issues, Taco Raven specific stuff, some wiring issues. I had some wires backwards. And if I had done that on stream, it would have been a whole lot of staring at a screen. So it's kind of a good thing I did that today. But it still hasn't printed. I haven't done anything other than make sure it homes, essentially, and the bed mesh works. So without further ado, yeah, I don't have a webcam hooked up. Wow. It homes. Okay. Now, one thing I haven't done is the bed mesh. So I went through. What is the code? Because I know there's macros, but I don't know how to bring them up. I'm trying to remember what the bed mesh something. See, we're figuring this out together. I don't think we've updated these in a while, have we? Yeah, these are old. This is 2.1. Yeah, this is old. I know it has the bed mesh thing in here, though. What is bed mesh? Extruder settings. Heater, fan stuff, heated bed, homing. Quad gantry level. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Turn off these extra ones. Woo. Okay, so the config that I'm using on this is from somebody else. Oh. Timeout during homing. Oh, my gantry's way too racked. Okay. So, this might be an issue that you run into when you go to home for the first time. You can see here, failed gantry. So, failed to home probe, timeout during homing. So, when it goes to home, it'll only drop so much before it goes, something's wrong, and stop. So, what we're going to do is bring it up, turn the motors off, and manually level it a bit. So, let's see here. Yeah, so we're out like quite a bit. So the configuration that I'm using is somebody else gave it to me. So I'm going to have to dive through it and kind of figure out what I need to adjust to make this printer itself work. But basically, I just want to make sure it can home. It can bend mesh. That the extruder pushes plastic. We're going to do a PID tune on the bed and the heater. And then we're going to try and print something. Home X and Y. Yeah, that's the Zed's quite loud. I'm thinking it has to do with the spread cycle or the stealth chop or something. I'm gonna have to play around with that because something's in the settings not quite right. Okay, let's try this again. Quad gantry level. There we go. Now this is a PL08 on aluminium. It's not spring steel, and it's not a great probe, so I don't expect it to be the greatest when it comes to repeatability results. We'll see. Yeah, 0.02 mil, that's pretty nothing. That's pretty much a step. What do you have? Your max speed set in Octoprint. For the probe, I don't know. I'm going to have to go through Octoprint. I'm going to have to go through too. Any 1515 for the V0 will work except for the Chinese profile stuff. It needs to be either Maker Beam, Misumi, or Open Beam profile, basically. Yeah, this is some slow Z speeds. But it's probing, so. Oh, it's gonna adjust. And now it's gonna do it again. So, we'll let that run. Pre-drilled and tapped. The Maker beams do come pre-tapped on the ends, I believe. They don't have any drilling though for connecting the sides or the beams together, but the holes on the end do come pre-tapped, I believe. So, does Afterburner support the Omron probe? It supports the, I'm pretty sure it does, like the recommended alternative to the PL08 or the Photech or Zhejiang probe. The Omron that we recommend as an alternative to this guy, I believe it does support it. God, how close like the nozzle gets within like a mil of the bed with the aluminum. This is why you can't run a PL05, a 5mm sense probe, on bare aluminum. Because if you do, you're going to crash because your nozzle will hit before the probe hits. Spring steel is different. Spring steel has a larger sense. Okay, so we are getting a 0.36 range still. So what I am thinking is I might not have my my corners set up right. Try this again. I'm using 1.8 steppers all around. This is 7 of the spec 2 amp 64 or 84 ounce stepper motors. Can you downscale? You can okay, so if you take 2 of the AB motor mounts and literally push them right up against each other, that's as small of a V0 as you can build, or a V2 you can build. So if you were to take your AB motor mounts and literally put them like this. That's as small of a V0 you can build, or V2 you can build, which would be roughly the same size as a V0 actually, frame-wise. But I don't think you would not get the same physical area. You would get less. So let's see here. Yeah, see our probe. It's getting better. I'm gonna have to drop our tolerance here. 0.01 mil. Just so you know, 0.1 mil is 4/1000ths of an inch. So I'm gonna have to drop this down probably. Adjust our tolerances so it's not so finicky. Because I'm gonna go through and speed this part up, obviously, and do some other stuff to kind of, but I'll do that off screen because that's kind of boring, tweaking settings. I just want to get this thing to the point where it's printing. So, Voron grilled cheese maker. Fry the bread on the bed, print the cheese from the nozzle. You can push the bed up to 110, 115. Okay, so we're done. So is it happy or not happy? Okay, so we're within tolerance. So that took a lot longer than I would hope, but we are 0.004 millimeter, which is absolutely fickle. So we are okay. So that is that. I need to set my Z offset now. Yeah, I have a video, Andrew, on my channel of my 26 doing it, and it's doing it with the RepRap firmware old code, which is not as accurate, but it's much faster because it only does it hits each corner once, and it just goes bang, 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 bang. So when you watch that thing level, and I skewed up the gantry quite a bit before doing it, it's quite cool to watch. Okay, so G0, X165, Y165. Let's put you at the center. As for print volume, I came up because of the way the bridge connects and everything. I'm looking at about 380 millimeters, I believe. So G0Z380. Send it. Don't crash. So yeah, 380 mil. Voron has done some crazy shit. Officially, we are not going to recommend you push those temperatures on a Voron. Yeah, I don't know how. Is he using a different way of gluing the heater on, because the adhesive is not rated for that. So, yeah. Yeah, you might be able to do it. Z5. Because we're going to have to set our Z offset now. Voron, what is it? Thoughts on the ABL system, PL Touch, Pinda, etc. Okay, so the BL Touch, I have one. I used it for a week. I got rid of it. I find that it's very finicky, very sensitive. It false positives constantly, inaccurate. I found it to be a very lacking system. And I ripped it out of my printer after a week and literally went to a manually leveled bed with a fixed Z and stopped. So personally, I'm not a huge fan of the BL Touch. If you want something that works, get like a Renishaw probe, which that's 12 grand. A Pinda. So a Pinda is an inductive probe, I believe, or a capacitive. It's one or the other. I think it's inductive with a built-in temperature correction. Okay. We get around that by having two end stops for your Z. So you have the probe in here that is used for your bed mesh. Okay. So you do your bed mesh, you go around, you level your bed, and then you actually have a separate end stop, which you you'll see it used right now, where that will set your Z0. So the bed mesh one only needs to be consistent within its running of the bed mesh. So, for example, if I'm running it right now, fully open, nothing's hot, it gets whatever reading it gets, right? It measures 1 for the offset, right? It measures exactly 1 mil off each corner. Now, fully enclosed with the bed at 100 degrees, cooking for 20 minutes before I run it, it might be off. But as long as it reads each corner the same way consistently, it'll still level the gantry correctly because it was consistent readings. It doesn't matter what the number is. It's what the number is in relation to the other numbers when it's doing the bed mesh. And then you still have the micro switch, which is away from the bed. It's sitting low in the chamber. It's going to be the least impacted by the heat. That is going to set your Z0. So that is separate from your probe. So that way we don't need to do any temperature compensation for the probe itself because we just skip worrying about that completely. This also allows you to have a consistent Z0 because your bed is going to expand differently at 60 degrees versus 110, and your nozzle technically does expand more at a higher temperature. It's probably not enough that it's ever going to make any noticeable difference, but that is something. Okay, so we got to set our Z offset here, so I'm going to have to put something on the bed. So I got to go find my blue tape. I feel very dirty saying that, but I got to find my blue tape, guys, because unfortunately my bed is on a boat in China, or actually it's in the ocean in a sea can. Because China and swine flu and bird flu and all the other flus and the Rona. So I do have a spring steel bed and magnet that I bought off Amazon like a year ago that I was going to put on this one. But as you can see, this PEI looks super not like PEI. That doesn't look like good PEI. And this magnet with a complete no-name brand adhesive, I do not trust, and magnets are a complete pain to peel off a bed because they come off in chunks, so I'm not going to risk it. And what I'm going to do is wait for the energetic sheet to come in, and in the meantime I'm going to print the devil's plastic and get some blue tape. So I'll be back because I think I got to go find it upstairs because I was actually painting with it. So I'll be back. Look at that blue. No elevator music. There's your elevator music. Don't ask me what that song is because I downloaded it off the YouTube royalty-free music section. It's only one floor up. I'm in the basement. Because I remember to grab it, I just left it on the table. Okay. So what we're going to do is tape up the bed. We're going to run our Z offset. I'm going to do a PID tune of the hot end and the bed. We're going to get some flickering lights. I will show you if I remember how to do it, because I know how to do it on RepRap. I'll show you how to fight flickering lights with your bed. And then we are going to print something, hopefully. So, what the hell am I doing? I am no way in hell going to print something that takes up the whole bed. Now, one thing I am going to have to play around with, and I don't have it set up right now, obviously, is this is a 300 by 300 bed. And my print volume is 330 by 330. It's actually like 335 or 340 by 330 or 340 or something. It's actually much bigger than the bed. So I need to find a way, if anyone knows, how to go in Cura and basically tell it to not go near the edge or something. I'm sure there's a plugin for avoiding sections of the bed. Because I basically want to tell it that I have a 300 by 300 bed in the middle of a 330 by 330 volume. But that way, if I need to print something that's big, so for example, a helmet, I can print something that only needs, I could use the whole print volume, but it only needs to touch the bed for the first couple layers, and then after that, it's overhang. Who cares? Blue tape, what a throwback. I have green tape. Does green tape work the same as blue tape? I've always heard use blue tape. I've never heard anyone say use green tape. Like, this is legit the rolls I bought with my Monoprice Select Mini like 2.5 years ago that my wife got me for Christmas. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so we gotta set a Z offset. So, control, terminal. Bring me the terminal. G0Z5. Don't hit. Good. And then we are going to get our super precise piece of paper. What is the max temperature of the bed for the Kinova heater pad? So the heater pad will take a lot more. It's the adhesive that will fail. Personally, I would not go above 115. I would make 115 my oh shit kilopower limit. I have printed a few nylon prints at 115. I didn't see any issues. This bed still hasn't fallen off after like 6,000 or 7,000 hours of ABS printing. This guy. So I haven't noticed any issues. But yeah, I would not push 130. Basically, what they say the limit is, I wouldn't go close to it. I'd leave a healthy margin. Okay, so we're at 5 mil. This is going to be annoying, because I'm going to crush my arm off here. So down. Oh, no. Help if I actually hit down instead of east. Okay, so we're at 5. So we're at 0. So we'll drop it 0.1 mil. Okay, so we are at 0. Now, is there a way? This is how often I use Octoprint. Is there, and I don't have a screen on here, to query position? No. How do I know where I'm at without control? Where am I at? How do I know where I'm at? Yeah, I know I went down 1. What is my position? Okay, rails. This uses MGN 9s. V0 uses MGN 7s. Basically, they're good for the M114. M114? Okay. So I am Z. So 1.3. So use the rails that's designed for the printer. Like, this is a pretty big printer. It's MGN 9s. It's fine. I know MGM 12s are very common on Ender 3 conversions and Prusa conversions. It's a bigger rail. The reason we use MGN 9s, if you didn't know, it's because the carriage is as wide as the extrusion. It allows you to basically slap a panel onto the side here, and the printer is enclosed. If we used MGN 12s, you would have to either use 2040 or 4040, or you would need to use a spacer to space the extrusion out. That's why we use MGN 9s and MGN 7s, because that's a small printer on 1515s. Okay, so let's bring up here our config file. Where is my Z offset? This is like the second time I'm looking at this thing. Thermal control, part cooling fan. Z offset. Homing override, set Z position 0. So would that be, do I want 1.3 there? Is that what I want? Because there's the probe. Z position. I don't care about the probe offset. Stepper Z, connect to N0, position end stop. Let's see here. Put it against the bed. Oh, that is way up. Yeah, so I'm actually sitting at about almost 4 mil. That's sticking up above the bed, which that's why this is a temporary pin. So what did I adjust? So I'm going to put that back to 0. Yes, that's another reason MGN 12 on V slot, it'll sit flush. If you try to use MGN 9, it'll sit in the V and you'll never get it to sit flat. Okay, so if we have 1.775 and I want to bump that up another 1.3, 1.3 plus 1.775, boom, so 3.075. 0.075. Yeah, set position for Z off switch. Okay, there we go. Put that at 2. Just in case. File save. Okay. Connect, make sure I actually saved it. And for those of you who have never used Klipper, this is how Klipper works. You literally open it up with like Notepad++, which SSHs or whatever file term into the Pi, pulls up the actual config file, and you just edit it, and then you hit File Save, and then you close that, and then you go to your terminal, type restart. Everything restarts. You get a ready, and then that's it. That's how you update all your firmware settings on a Klipper powered machine. You don't need to. You're not flashing anything. Once you install the firmware the first time, that's how you update everything. So you just do that. Home again. Go up. Set G-code offset Z equals, and then save in the terminal. Okay. Well, I need to. I'll save that for future reference, but I needed to see what it was actually set for beginning. Unless it does the automatic math to adjust that on the fly. That would be cool. Okay, so let's drop this down. Now I know I should, because the motors did power off, technically I should re-gantry level, but I think we'll be close enough. So Z, come down. Okay. Okay. So we're off 0.1, but it's, yeah, okay, so we're good there. Yeah, because I touched the paper, it was tight, it came up, paper was loose, so our Z offset's good. Okay, so our Z offset is good. G0. And yes, I'm used to moving printers around by just typing in the G code. Why is it in slow mode? Let's go here. Printer profiles. Voron V2, tallboi. Edit. Build print in volume. 330 by 3D. I was really optimistic with that 420. I can actually push it to about 390, but I don't like pushing it right to the end. Lower left, axis Z, 200 millimeters a minute. What is that in millimeters per second? 200 millimeters per min, 2 millimeters per second. 600. 3. Who runs at 3 millimeters a second for Z? Oh my god. 10's slow. When setting the Z end stop position, do you subtract the thickness of the paper? No. What I essentially do is, okay, so the feeler, I know people use feeler gauges, but technically you want 0, 0. So you want where the nozzle is to be exactly where the bed is. They should exactly touch at 0, 0 with 0 force. The problem is it's pretty much impossible to measure that practically. So we use an analog. So you do want it to be 0, 0. What I do is you could use a 2x4 if you really wanted to level your, or set your nozzle. But what I do is I go with a piece of paper and I adjust it, and then I put that in the system, and then I'll print, and then I'll adjust it. If I think I need a little bit more squish, I'll just drop it or increase it if there's too much squish, because your slicer handles your first layer. Okay, so you shouldn't be setting your Z offset to compensate for a slicer setting, basically, is what I'm trying to get at. It's kind of hard to explain, but basically it should be 0, 0 because your first layer height is dictated by your slicer, not by your Z offset. It should be 0, 0. It's assuming, your slicer is assuming it is 0, 0. So you could, minus the thickness of the paper, but paper is pretty thin. I think it's 3 thou. Or tape is 3 thou. Let's get my Danico. This is not a Mitutoyo. 0.07 millimeter. I'm sure I can adjust that by print settings, or by eye if I need to. Okay. So we got our Z offset. Now we need to PID tune. So let's see here. How do I PID tune in Klipper? Because again, I've only done this once. What do you think of IGUS dryland rails? Okay, so IGUS bearings and rails, they come up quite often with 3D printers. I do have a set somewhere of the rails. Or the bearings? Yeah. Because if you contact IGUS, oh man, lightning's really blown out there. If you contact IGUS, they will send you some as a sample. So the problem with the IGUS bearings, they're meant more for repetitive motion machinery and like stuff that runs in production. They're really not meant for 3D printers, because a 3D printer, you're constantly changing directions and they need to be rapid, instantaneous changes. So the problem with the IGUS linear systems is their friction. There is no ball bearing. You're relying simply on the friction between the two materials, which unfortunately there is a starting and stopping force required to get them going. Once they're going, they're smooth. It's the fact that it takes, if you're going, if you're moving this way and you need to immediately go the other way, it actually takes more force to stop it and then get it going again versus a bearing, which will just roll, essentially. There still is force with a bearing, right? Everything does require force. It's just there's different levels of force required. So the IGUS system, I ran IGUS bushings on my V1, and I did notice I couldn't have as crisp edges than when I had good bearings in it, because it would basically kind of not stutter. It's such a quick movement, you'll never notice it watching it print, but there is that slight hesitation to get it moving again, especially when you're changing directions or going from a dead stop, which in Core XY you do have a lot of dead stops. If you're ever printing straight lines, you have one axis not completely moving. You do see some of the downsides to having the IGUS system. So they're really meant for like pick and place, like not pick and place stuff where all that matters is the final positions of the travel and not what it does during the travel. So on a 3D printer, you're constantly laying that bead. On a pick and place machine or a robot in an assembly line, all it has to do is go from 0 to 10 to 0 to 10. What happens in between doesn't matter as long as it does it quickly. So if there's like a stutter at the beginning, ever so slight, it doesn't matter because the motion doesn't matter. It's that it can repeatedly get to and from a single position or multiple positions. It's not trying to print something while it's moving. So that's personally why I don't like the IGUS stuff in 3D printers. I'd rather have a good quality bearing. With rails, cheap China bearings or cheap China rails are pretty much good enough. So that's why I don't like IGUS. So I know some people can get them cheap, and honestly, you're going to have to redesign all the parts because nothing will work with IGUS off the shelf. You're going to have to redesign everything. It will work just fine. It's just you may not see the same quality, and you may have some slight issues that, like gremlins. They might be there, they might not. I can't guarantee. It's just from first-hand experience and from what I know the product's used for, I know it can be an issue. So that's, yeah. Print ABS parts. What's the best price to performance choice for building an enclosure around an Ender 5? This is how you enclose your printer to print. And this is my box of Enders, so you can see I'm an expert on Enders because there are no Enders. But yeah, cardboard. Chloroplast. Basically anything with air pockets in it will insulate quite well. You can buy like the cheap foam that you can use for floor mats. Basically, you just need to build a box over it to print parts, and it doesn't need to be permanent. If you're only printing a couple, Voron parts. Now, granted, this will knock out all the parts in a V2 in 4 days or less, but you just need something to basically keep the heat in. Cardboard is a fire risk if your printer catches fire. Hope your printer doesn't catch fire. That's the thing. Like, yes, you can build it out of, fire-rated gypsum drywall if you're worried about a fire. But if you're worried about a fire, you're like, if I enclose it, it might catch fire. Well, if you're worried about a fire, you should be worried no matter what is in it. Like, if I was always constantly worried that my printer catching fire, I wouldn't, I'd be more worried of the fact that I'd be constantly worried about it catching fire, not, I put it in a cardboard box, what if the cardboard box catches fire? Instead of, I just keep this out, it might just catch fire at any point, if you get what I'm saying. There's also murder plastic. You could just drape a garbage bag over it. If you're that worried, print outside. It's summer, it's hot, that'll be good for the ABS. Throw it in your driveway or in your back porch with an extension cord. Wrap it up so that the breeze doesn't get at it, and let it cook in the sun while it prints. So, personally, I've run this guy thousands of hours. It has multiple, probably almost 10,000 hours now, printing ABS. I don't even come downstairs until the print is done and cool. Like, I'll remote start it upstairs and, walk out the door to go to work and not even watch the first layer go down. And that's how much I trust these machines. Also, this one has an aluminum plate, so if anything in the chamber actually does catch fire, it lands on an aluminum plate and doesn't go anywhere because aluminum doesn't burn at the temperatures the sun runs. Okay, back to PID tuning, because I should probably let it do some work while we're sitting here and talking. Okay, verify heaters. Okay, stepper motors. Because this is how often I run a PID tune with, okay, PID tune, calibrate, extruder, target 170. That's a funny number. 240. Right? Hey, it's doing something. Styrene fume. So in ABS, it's I can never remember what ABS stands for. ABS. Oh yeah, there we go. ABS plastic. I should turn safe search on if I'm going to be streaming while looking stuff up on the internet. There you go. Acrylic vinyl. What is it? Acrylene. It's got plastic. It's got styrene in ABS, anyways. So ABS does give off styrene fumes. They're not the greatest for you, but at the amount you're going to be exposed to while you're printing, it's pretty much the same as cooking bacon. But yeah, like I wouldn't go get that pink insulation some people put on their houses when they're building their house. I wouldn't use that to enclose my printer. But the box that the printer came in is plenty good. Like DJ, I do plan on trying to do. I probably won't use it with this because showing how to print ABS on a Voron is kind of like teaching somebody how to ride how to drive a car on like a brand new Mercedes Benz or a BMW or like a good car. So showing people how to print ABS on a Voron is kind of overkill. But I do want to try and do a series on how to print ABS on not a great printer. That's why I got this. Go full screen. This guy. This has been sitting since I started working on this guy again. But when I get it finished, one day, I do want to use it as the how to print ABS for dummies printer. Ooh, we are getting some smoke. The boron paste smokes the first time you heat it up. Usually. I'm pretty sure, because every time I've done it the first time, it's heated up and it's smoked. So, if you're running a mosquito and you got the boron paste and you heat it up for the first time and you see some smoke, that's normal. And I got a 50-watt heater in here, so this is probably going to overshoot by quite a bit. That thing looks special. It is literally spare parts. It is spare parts for my V1, leftover motors from my Monoprice Select Mini, which died. The only thing I had to buy on it was the bed, the heater, the bed itself, so the bed, the carriage, and like a couple stepper motors. So it is legit spare part build. Okay, a PEI sheet is extremely helpful on a less than ideal printer. Yes, PEI is magic. That should be like the go-to standard for print beds now. I just printed the AB on an Ender 5 Pro and it's so nice. Took 20 hours. Wow. I hope that was for all 4 parts at least. But yeah, all the Voron parts are designed to be easy to print for the most part. Like we don't have anything with really hard overhangs, and all the parts are supposed to be low and flat to try and get the stick down on printers. We try to design with that in mind. Can I solder my thermal fuse on my heated bed, or do I have to crimp it? Technically, you are supposed to crimp anything that's main voltage. You're not supposed to solder anything that's main voltage. I don't know if that's the actual legit law, but everyone I know who does electrical stuff says you should crimp main voltages. So you can get what's called butt splices, which is literally just a tube that you stick the wires in from each end and crimp them. That's usually what I use. Or you can just use a connector if you want it to be easily replaceable. But if you plan on replacing your thermal fuse often, odds are something is not right. Okay, we're done. Let's see here. PID parameters, save config command. There we go. Right, so I just hit that and hit send. Save config, yay! So I'm PID tuning everything at ABS temps because that's probably what this thing is normally going to print. I won't be printing ABS today. I just don't feel like running 2 sets of PID tunes. So we're just going to go for ABS right out of the gate. So I'm assuming I would just set it for bed. And do 100. Right? That's pretty much it. Right? I'm sure the bed is just called bed, right? Plan on building a Lulzbot Taz Mini. The Lulzbots are nice, but I've always seen them as completely overpriced. But if you're building it yourself, go for it, man. Homing override. Yeah, just bed. Okay, so bed, 100. Go! Okay, so bed isn't the right word. Is it heater bed? Okay, it's heater bed. And here come the flickering lights. So, I don't know what the exact code is. Let me see here. Oh yeah, if you're trying to reach me on Discord, go through YouTube because let's see here. But okay, so I'm going to post it in here. So if any of you guys are running Klipper, and I'm going to put this in the code after. No, I don't want that screen up. Where's YouTube? There's YouTube. Okay. So if you add this, if you're in North America, if you add this to your heater bed code in Klipper, like the little section in your config, what this does is it forces your bed to cycle at 60 hertz. So that means the flickering lights don't flicker because they go at 60 hertz. So I know this was an issue that plagued me forever until I figured it out on the Duet, and then I guess Klipper has the same thing. So yes, you add this to your config file. So go to your config, heated bed, and down here, boom, add that, and now your bed will cycle at 60 hertz, and you shouldn't have flickering lights. For Europe, you have to divide, I think it's just 1 divided by 50. I think the 0.0166 is 60 divided by, or 1 divided by 60. Yeah, it's 50 hertz. So this is for North America, use that. Yeah, because calculator. What is it? 1 divided by 60. Yeah. So if you're in Euroland, it'd be 50 divided by, or wait, no. 1 divided by 50. What? There you go. 0.02 for the Europeans. Yeah, so it's flickering because of the frequency of the bed. Which, hopefully it's actually heating up. Yeah, it's heating up. Now, the bed on this guy isn't 5/16. So this guy is actually running a 1/4 inch bed because this is my reused bed for my V1. If you look, I still have the screw holes for my V1 when it was a V1 bed in the corners. I just added the slots to mount it like a V2 now. So it is a little on the thin side, and it's small, but I wasn't going to throw it out. I have it's an aluminum bed with the heater already attached. I wasn't going to throw it out. Andrew, 120 volt bed seems kind of scary. Okay, it's let's pull up the Ohm's law calculator because I sucked at this stuff in high school. Okay. So the Ohm's law calculator. So we got 120 volts. We have a 500 watt bed, I think it's 500. That's only 4 amps. That's 4 amps. That's not a lot. It's 4 amps. Now, if we were running a 24 volt bed at 300 watts, that's 12 amps. It's amps that do the damage. So it's even better for the Europeans because they're running at 240 or 220. Yeah, because it's 110, 220. Yeah, 220. Right? So, okay, 2.2 watts. You can run your bed off pretty much 20 gauge wire. So I'd rather run my bed off 20 gauge wire than having to use, audio wire. I've seen some videos where people are using like thick wire for the beds because it's 12 volt beds. That's just insane. 240, yeah, so 240 at 500 watts. Okay, 2 amps. That's nothing. So yeah, so that's why you, and also temperatures. Like, I don't even have this PID tuned. Look at those temps climb. Yeah, I knew it was like on paper it's 120. Like if you look at your PSU, like a lot of them say like 115 or whatever. So I don't know. Higher voltage is better because you can run more current through thinner wires. So it's lighter, it's safer. As we know, like 120 volt, yeah. I blew up a fuse last week. It was a little spark. It really did nothing to me. Is that the actual bed temp? This is just off the probe. So this one doesn't have a separate thermistor. That one does. I have a separate thermistor screwed into it. But let's take a look here. I know I have one somewhere. See if my dog comes running. So right now it is saying the bed is 94 and I am reading 86 off the top. But the problem is like these IR thermometers aren't the most accurate. 35, which is 93. Yeah, I'm not 93. If I was 93, I'd be dead. So they do read low usually. And it's reflective. So reflective surfaces don't do that good. So 240 kills you. At work we have 440 or 400 volt AC plugs everywhere for welders. And I've blown up welders. And when those go, they went. Like, I don't know if you can see it on camera. Maybe on this one. So I did some welding at work. Come on, lighting. Yeah. So my arm right here, I had my sleeve like this, and I was welding like this. So my glove covered this part of my hand, and this part of my skin got basically sunburnt just from welding. So what's going to happen after the PID tune is done, I'm going to do another gantry level. We're going to make sure our extruder is extruding correctly and in the right direction because I had to play around with all my motors because I had them all wired up backwards because of the order of the colors. TIG. I actually suck at MIG welding. I've only ever done it once, but that was TIG welding. Yes, the thicker the bed, the more thermally stable it will be, but the longer it'll take to heat up. Now, technically, you want to be running your bed at you don't need to max out your heater. It's better to have it gradually climb to temperature over a couple minutes than to shoot up there because that can thermally shock your bed and cause it. Okay, I think I'm back. OBS crashed. That's actually the first hardware crash we've had in a while, so that's good. I'll take it. If anyone notices anything, let me know. I can't remember what I was talking. Yeah, a thicker bed. Personally, 5/16 is a good go-to. I find beyond that is kind of overkill. So, yeah, all volts are bad across the heart. Don't lick the wires. That's why one thing I like about the Voron design, all the sparky spark stuff is underneath. So everything's enclosed on the sides. Well, not yet, but everything's enclosed on the side. You have a bottom panel if you really want. So it, like up here, this is all 24 volts. So if my kid somehow grabs this stuff, the worst he's going to get is 24 volts. I'd rather him not get 24 volts, but... Okay, what is the difference when you're using belt for Z instead of lead screw? So the reason we run belts, one, it's cost. It's a lot cheaper to run a belted Z than lead screw. And we have 4 of them. And when you run lead screw, you really want to run integrated lead screw with the motors. You don't want to run a motor, then a coupler, and then a lead screw. You're going to be chasing Z wobbles forever. 2, Z wobbles. If you don't have a lead screw, you don't have a lead screw induced Z wobble. And 3, compactness. This is actually extremely compact compared to what you can do with lead screws. And 2, it's a lot faster. So a lot of 2s, but yeah, it's a lot faster. So that's why we run with belted Z instead of lead screws. Thought you may have tripped on Cat 5. I have Cat 5 everywhere because I keep the V2, the dead chains mounted like trophies. All the dead umbilical cords. Yeah, 3/8. 3/8 is a more common size. That's why it's cast aluminum tooling plate. A lot of it's used in a lot of fixtures and whatnot. So a 1/4 inch, 3/8, 1/2 inch, even 1 inch probably is more commonly used than 5/16. So that's probably why you got it cheaper. PETG is flexy. It's got a springiness to it, and not a good springiness. And if you print it, or if you print enclosed, you're gonna risk it deforming because you're gonna be printing at near the point where its glass transition isn't like a spike. It's curved, right? So as it gets warmer, it gets weaker and weaker. So I used to have the belt chain. I took the belt chain apart because I was playing around with belt chain on this guy for the Z. But then when I just bought a $5 chain. Okay, is my thing done? Save config. Oh, and then for standoffs, I'm trying something. Ooh. Oh yeah, that's hot. So we definitely got our. Oh, that's really hot. Yeah, that's like 95. Yeah, so we got our temperature. I'm running. I know it's kind of hard to see. I really should have that on mobile mount. I'll look into that for next week. I'm running actually compressed fiberboard spacers. So it's actually fiberglass insulation for my standoffs. They're 1/4 inch thick. So I have them on like a little washer to space them out a bit. But that's what I'm using for my standoffs. So I'm hoping that insulates the bed more and doesn't let any of the heat travel into the frame, or minimizes the heat travel into the frame because it's fiberglass insulation basically. We use it on the back of molds to keep the heat from the mold traveling into the press. So why do belts like the weight of the bed? Well, the bed doesn't move. This bed is bolted to the frame. Like it's the gantry that moves on a Voron. How does it like the weight? It handles it fine. Like obviously if the power's out, you can grab it and move it around. But in terms of gantry drop, once this home's here, I'll show you. Okay, so we'll move up here. So one, it's a lot quicker than lead screws. Okay, and as for gantry drop, so I'm not going to turn off the printer, I'm just going to turn off the motors, which is the same thing. So let's see how far it drops. Okay, the motors are off. That's how far it drops. So it does drop. It drops, I found, a couple steps, especially in the back because you have the A and B motors in the back. So it does drop. Like, you can't turn off the printer and then turn it back on and then print a full plate without it being perfect. You might luck out if you're printing something small and quick. I know I've done it. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to play around with the motors. I do not like that hum. Something's off. I'll play with it later. But in terms of, it doesn't crash the bed or anything. So you just have to run the homing routine, which you only have to do on power up. So once you finish a print, you don't have to run it again. Gantry. Gantry level. Quad gantry level. Have you tried something like the high-speed lead screws from iGus? So the high-speed lead screws, you're probably looking at something that's a lot more money than the current setup, because the current setup is cheaper than just traditional lead screws. It's probably going to be larger, so we're going to lose some print volume as well. So there's really... Timeout during homing. Oh. Wow, I gotta... Really? Drop that motor. Let me pull this up. So where is my travel distance? Probe, samples, sample retract, offset, X offset. I know there's one for travel. But yeah, so the high-speed lead screws, I basically just, I don't see them being any beneficial over the current setup. The only thing you might be able to gain is like power panic if they lock to the same position, but that's not really worth it in my opinion. Yeah, but this printer is already over $1,000. We're trying to, with 2.4 we did as much as we can to slim down the budget from 2.2, which we did, and then we changed from using printed 80 tooth bearing pulleys to metal ones, which brought it back up again. But we think they're better. Gantry, quad gantry. Where's my limits for heated bed? Control, quad gantry level, points, horizontal move, speed, retry, tolerance, retries 3. I'm going to jump that up to 5 because I really don't want to spend all day running that. Bed mesh, save, restart. Drop this one down a little bit. Klipper ready, control, home. So. Let me see. Okay, catch back up on the chat. Yeah, the original 2.0 was only 2-to-1 gearing, I think. So that's why another reason the motors you see spec'd are quite beefy is because we had to spec beefy motors to come on, ping. There we go. We had to spec beefy motors to just so the motors themselves kind of held it up, but a V2 would literally, when you kill power, would just go eh. So now it's 5-to-1. Yeah, I guess you got to remember, is used to dealing with like industrial and commercial sellers or buyers, not, random guys at home building 3D printers. So the amount they sell to you individually is like nothing. So they probably don't spend a lot of time dealing with you. Print speed, acceleration, jerk, etc. What I would normally do is go with the default profile, which is what I'm going to do. And then afterwards, I would print something and then just go from there. So what we're going to do is we're going to level the bed, or run the gantry tram here. And then I'm going to make sure our extruder is working. Of course that's too high. I got to figure out what the... I got to figure out, I got to go through the settings and adjust that so I have more than 5 mil of, before it freaks out. But yeah, so I would go through and do some test prints after it's up and running and it's mechanically working. So one thing you probably won't see me doing is going through and doing a calibration cube and measuring it and adjusting my steps. That's really something you shouldn't have to do other than the extruder. Why does no one put a layer of silicone sponge or cork underneath the heat pad? Some people do. Actually, I bought this stuff. This was AliExpress, I think, had it. It's that reflective foam with the tape on the back. I bought some to try. I just never got around to putting it in because you do have a panel underneath here. So a lot of the heat is trapped under here and reflected back up. So if you put a heater on the insulator on the bottom, it'll probably help a bit, but I don't think it'll be like a massive game changer. Yes, DJ, that's what I would do. I'd basically print it stock. Like, that's what I'm going to do. Like, I have Cura installed here. Literally, I just installed Cura on this computer. I don't have anything set up. So I'm literally going to slap together a profile, pick the default V2 profile, and print something and see what we get. So. Max, yeah, let me see here. I don't see max adjust. Quad gantry level, find next. See, I see retries, retry tolerance. Sample retract. I might not have it in my G code actually, or in the config. Again, this isn't like a default config. This is a config somebody else already had for a Taco Raven they gave to me. So it's set up for their printer that I had to go through and adjust. So this is kind of, and again, I don't use Klipper a lot. This is like my first time using a V2 with Klipper. So that's why it's kind of like, what am I doing here? So we're learning this together, folks. I found the insulator. The insulator really only helped on like my Monoprice Select Mini back with its little 12-volt bed that could barely push 70 degrees Celsius. And that point, a heating mat or insulating mat helped, but yeah. The insulating, okay, so the warping of the bed is something that happens from thermal cycling. Usually you see it from people tightening the bed down too tight. Especially when it's cold. So for example, the bed, heat it up to temperature and then tighten it down. Don't tighten it down cold, because then when it expands, it's going to basically force it up or force it down. And from heating it up too quick, you basically want the aluminum, because the aluminum that's closer to the heater is going to heat up quicker than the aluminum further away, and you can thermally shock aluminum by heating it up and cooling it down too quickly. In our case, it's going to be heating it up too quickly. So after, heat cycling it a few hundred times, you'll start to induce a bow to the bed, which, a mesh will take care of, no problem. Like this guy, I finally have to run a mesh on it after printing for over 2 years, several thousand hours, and then I put a flex plate on it. And now I have to run a mesh because it's ever so slightly bowed in the middle. Speed 250, horizontals, each retries 20, retry tolerance, match adjust. Okay, I'll add max adjust 10. Either way, we're good now, so let me save that. Quad gantry level, max adjust, file, save. There we go. Okay, so 0, X 165, Y 165, Z. Now we'll go 200. Send it. Okay, so let's get some plastic in this guy. I got green PLA, I got red PLA, I got clear blue PLA, which sucks. It's stringy as hell. And I got orange PLA that's like peachy orange. What crappy plastic shall we print today with, guys? What is going on with the V0? It's sitting over here. I've been busy with this guy so much I haven't really been using it much. Yeah, we got red and we got green and this crappy one. And black, but I don't want to waste the black. Okay. Red, green, green, green! Okay, we're gonna go with green. I did not print a spool holder. So actually, yeah. Probably put a notch on this. Okay. Good enough. Split cheat code. The multiplexer, we all know you're... Oh. This is all I got running right now is these two and then this guy. Okay, so... tool. Let's heat the tool up to... Sure. I love how, like, default profile is, you know, PLA 180 and ABS 210. Who prints ABS at 210? I don't know anyone who prints ABS at 210. Although this stuff does like it a bit warmer. I have no idea if buddy who I got this profile from uses a Mobius or an Afterburner. So we will find out. Okay. Actually, while it's doing that, let that get up to temperature. I forgot to share this, so... It's already at temperature. That's good. Let it stabilize. Okay. Okay, every now and then I just have to stop. Check, because everyone's pinging me on Discord and whatnot. Okay. Yeah, I know I could change the default setting. I just find that kind of conservative. Okay, extruder. Select tool, hot end. Sure. Okay. try extruding 20 millimeters. Hey, it's pushing plastic. No, did it actually push 20 mil? So, what you do, I am going to do a very, very quick and dirty tune, is I'm going to mark a line at 6 mil, or 60 mil. Okay. Tell it to print 50. And I should have 10 left over. Okay, that is not right. So it printed, what is that, 50? That is way hot. Let me turn the temperature down. Max is here. Mr. Cat Food of the Russian variety. So what, 56? So 0.12. So where is my... extruder? Okay, so step distance is that. So that's 1.12. Okay. 0.00. 175. Equals 96. Unless I'm going backwards, which I don't know why I always end up doing it the other way. The first time I try. Terminal, restart. Yeah, 240. So the downside of the high flow is the downside with the high flow is it has a larger melt zone, so you're you do run into issues with stringing and oozing. That's pushing it way too fast. I gotta slow down that default feed rate. What is that default feed rate? Yeah, I gotta drop down the feed. I don't know what the default thing with Cure is, or Axis. F90? Yeah, we'll do F90, cool. Terminal. Now, basically, my opinion on high flow hot ends is if you plan on printing with a big fat nozzle and or pushing stupid high speeds all day, you'll probably be fine. But if you only ever plan on printing with a 0.4 nozzle at 0.2 layer height, don't bother with the high flow. G1, E100, F90, go! Oh god, that's slow. Oh my god, we have 100 people watching me print. It's not even printing yet. That is a record. Thank you. I appreciate it. Anyone who's watching, thank you. Glad you can join me while we fiddle with the printer. And it slowly pushes plastic out. Okay, that definitely was not 100 millimeters of plastic. Did I? Oh, I didn't G92 it. G92 E0. Or no, yeah, E0. Okay. Let's try this again. Yay, calibrating. Sitting Duck, thanks for building this thing on camera. No problem. I know a lot of people find it easier to build something if they see somebody else doing it. That's why I kind of did it. Going forward, I'm definitely going to keep doing stuff like this, or try to at least. I do have some other projects down the line that I can work on once this guy's up and running, because I still have a few weeks of this, because we got to get it printing, and then I still got to install the bed properly. I still got to I'll put the screen in and all that. So there still is work on this guy, and then I got the other i3, and there is other stuff to do. But I wish I had known it would take this long. Like, I could have slapped this together in the weekend. Like, I was planning to literally just take a weekend off and just come down here and just hammer this thing home and get her done. But, okay, I'm really going over. That was way more. How much am I putting out? Okay. So that was way too much. What is the default step distance for an afterburner? I need a point. 240. Wait a minute. No, I can't pull it up in there. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go with the default script. We'll just put the default in. Boom. Try that again. File, save. Feeder gearing. Yeah, it's an afterburner, so they all should be roughly the same. So basically, you should have a consistent baseline, and then you just tweak it a little bit up and down. You shouldn't be like, it isn't a Wade's extruder where who knows where you're going to end up. What am I? It's Shaun of the Dead. Okay, temperature 200. Get that back up there. G92, E0. Mark this. 11. Okay. So while it's doing that, anyone have any suggestions on what I should print? Because it's obviously I'm not going to print a 20-hour print right off the bat. I would like to, depending on how this goes. We'll see. I might set it up to do a whole day print tomorrow or something, and just let it stream all day. But anyone got any dick butt? Really? Are we at that point? I am not printing a benchy. Everyone, although if I print a benchy, I can put it on our 3D printing and say this is my first print and get to the front page with the same thing that everyone else does, because hive mind. Okay, that looks a little bit better. Yep, okay, I can live with that. Off. Okay, let's go to Thingiverse. Yeah, I can print the Voron cube. Okay, I'll print the Voron cube. Voron design. Documentation. Where's the GitHub? Good old Thingiverse. Voron V2. STLs. Test prints. Voron Design Cube. Download. And let's fire up Kira. I do like the low poly Pokemon models. Those things are pretty cool. I just gotta remember that I cannot print anywhere near the edge of the bed. And yes, this is an old computer, so Kira's loaded up. I love how, like, I'm literally just feeding a random spool of filament up and over. We're gonna do the Voron cube. I was literally gonna do like a full volume vase or something like that. Ooh. Almost had the afterburner gear not clamped fully. Come on, Kira. This is also the first time it's loading on this computer. Come on. Oh, yeah. Look at that 12-year-old Xeon Go, baby. It works, though. A.m. Oh my god, it's 10:15 here. Holy hell, how long? Okay. Initializing build volume. I haven't set up a build volume. Yes, I will give it access. Sure, whatever. They already know everything about me. What wires are you running through your cable chain? I'm running silicone ribbon. I am running, I'm just running the loose Strive Day silicone wires. I haven't had any issues personally with them yet in the chains. If I do start having issues, I'll just rip them out and replace them with the PTFE. Okay, so if it's 11:15 in the morning, it's 10:15 at night here. You're on the other side of the world, so like Korea or Japan, DJ. Welcome to Kira, getting started. Yeah, see, no trickery here. This thing has not printed before. Agree, sure. What am I agreeing to? Whatever. Machine types. I know how a printer works. Non-network printer. Ready? Are you guys ready for this? If you didn't know. If you didn't know this. Oh, look. Voron. Custom. Tallboi. So we are literally just going to run the default profile and see what we get. Remington is the brand of wire. I think it's on Amazon and you can buy it from them directly. If you look in the sourcing guide, there should be some links. So we have... I don't want to make an Ultimaker. Oh, and then you kick me out. Well, thank you very much. Printer, manage printers, printer settings. Okay, so we got 330 on the X, 330 on the Y. Oh my god, this is so slow. Oh my. We got 280 on the Z, or 380, sorry. It's a rep wrap printer with a heated bed. So I'm going to add a G28 to the start. And for print end, I don't know, X, G0, X, 165, Y, 320. So it just shoots right to the back afterwards. Sure. Good enough, right? That seems good. Cool. Close. Close. Open. Downloads. So just put in perspective, there's the print volume. Okay, so we are going to run, it's not ABS, generic PLA. Oh my god, Cura is slow on this computer. Quality, 0.2 layer height, sure. Thickness, 0.8, yeah, sure, whatever. So it's going to run 2 walls, 4 top bottom, infill, 20% grid, sure. Printing temperature, 200C, 60, yeah, print speed, 120, sure. I don't know what the 120 is. Let's see what speeds it's giving me. Travel speed. Okay, so it's a standard 40, 80, 120. So this, if you didn't know, this is what standard Voron speeds are, like baseline. Like, so we'll go with that. Travel. Yeah, we're gonna enable retraction and Z-hop. Cooling, sure. Print cooling, it's ABS or PLA. Give it all the cooling. Build plate adhesion. We are going to have a skirt, and that. Okay, slice. This is not my serial request video. It is not my serial request. I got blue tape on the bed. 59 minutes estimate. Okay, so I gotta run the bed mesh again, unfortunately. And yes, I'm doing it cold, whatever, I don't care. I'm pretty sure 60C and ABS or PLA won't matter. Oh yeah, I got a home. So we'll run the bed mesh. Where did I save that? Oh, geez, okay. What the heck is that noise? Saved it downloads? Okay, saved it to downloads. This is why you also use a PTFE tube to feed this thing, so it's not all doing that. There you go, okay. There we go, G-code uploaded. Quad gantry level. Yeah, DJ. Standard print speeds for Voron. I know some people run them like at 60, 90, 120. I usually go 40, 80. So what that means is like your outer wall is at 40 millimeters per second. Your inner walls are at 80 millimeters per second. Your infill's at 120, and your travels are 300. So that's like normal for Voron. Extrusion width. What is extrusion under? Extrusion width. Extrusion. Extrusion. I'm not too concerned with the extrusion width on the first layer. Line width is 0.45. Okay, so I'll reslice that with 0.4. You know, prints actually do look a little bit cleaner, like aesthetically, if you run it with a little bit more flow. But oh, it added 1 minute to our print time. We're at an hour for this cube. Yeah, they're 2130s. I don't know if they're in spread cycle or... I think they're in spread cycle mode. I'm not too sure. I gotta go dig in the config here. I don't even know if the config calls it out. Let's take a look here. So we got, what, Z? So the pins... Position end stop... Interpolate. Yeah, I have interpolation off, so they're running in spread cycle mode. That's why. Yeah, so they're running in spread cycle. Or no, interpolate is... yeah, the micro-stepping. Yeah, I don't think it is running in... yeah, I'll have to dig into that. I run my printers downstairs, so I don't really think... yeah, their interpolation's off on the Z right now. Again, this is the very first print. I'll go through the config files and like actually spend the time and tune everything up one day. Right now, I'm not too worried about it. It's moving, so. Chain flex cables. If I just make something that's rated for the bend radius and the use case, and they have the right number of connectors, I say go for it. But bigger bends, yes, last longer, but you lose Z. Like, I've seen people with some really big bended cables, but you just lose Z. That's the only downside. So if you want to run a really big bend, just get longer extrusions. If you still want that Z height. Okay, let's print. Load and print. Why is the probing speed 2 millimeters per second? Because that's whoever profiles this is default speed. Okay, so again, I said it earlier in the stream. The config for this is not the standard config. This is running a Taco Raven MCU, which is a custom board that we designed over a year ago. So the config is just something Buddy sent me that I had to adjust for this printer. So it definitely is not tuned. Like, for example, let me get some power to this guy. I stole the cable. I can't reach. Never mind. Go on my YouTube channel, watch the video of V2.4 doing its gantry leveling, and you can see how quick it can go. This is just running a lot slower because I haven't bumped up the speeds. Yeah, I know, slow Z does cause resonance. Like when I manually move it up and down, it doesn't resonate. Do you have to bend? The standard bend radius, do you measure from outside to outside? Because if it's outside to outside, it's like 65 mil, I think. Oh, great. Andre's here. Okay, so... Extruder's heating up. Hopefully my Z offset is correct. I did check it an hour ago or so ago, so hopefully that hasn't changed. Otherwise, we're going to be digging. Which, I will say, running some tape on your bed for your first print isn't a bad idea to protect your bed. Like, personally, if I was going to install PEI on a bed, I would actually try it with tape on it until you actually make sure you got your settings right, and then put your PEI on it, and don't forget to adjust your Z height, because it's better to gouge some tape than it is to gouge PEI, especially a brand new fresh sheet. So I'm just going to stand back here with my my finger on the power switch, just in case. Okay, we're at temperature. Why aren't you going? What? Oh, okay, now it decides to move. Oh, it waits for the temperature to stabilize.
That makes sense. Okay, come down.
What is it doing? I'm assuming there's a default starting config that Buddy has in this thing, or something. Because that, I don't know what it's doing. Okay, it's going down. Well, it's not digging into the bed. Well, put some plastic down. Oh. Okay, so we're gonna have to stop that because the plastic came out. Control, move this up. PLA broke. Okay, so extrude. G0. Let's extrude some plastic here. Oops. Okay, we almost had a printing. Damn it. There we go. Cancel print. Try it again. Yeah, it's probably the brittle PLA. Well, once it gets going, it'll be fine because it's only printing in the one little area. Okay, try this again. Yeah, I'm assuming there's like a default... Okay, see, he has it extruding. Why is it extruding? Get back in there. Yeah, there's something where it's like, it'll come up and then go across the front here and push the plastic back out. What the hell? Resume. Okay, now it's pushing. Yeah, I gotta play as the starting code. Yeah, he has a retraction at the beginning. Like I don't know what that is. Oh, so it has a Bowden setup, like config. That explains why the steps are all out and everything too. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to cancel this. Cancel. Control. Up. Oh, come on. Well, so far we're not getting anything to stick. We're getting boogers. All the boogers. There we go. So what I'm going to do is just be the lazy man and run it again. And just pause it and just jam the filament through when it does that again. Or just disconnect the gear. So it can't extrude the filament. So we'll pop that. So now the filament can't come out. So there's my first print. I hope you like it. Give me cereal, please. Cereal. Cereal. In the garbage. I can print some eggs if you want, Andre. Yeah, it's just heating back up. And then I'll rehome and then we'll try it again. I don't have any plugins. I tried installing a plugin earlier and it was saying it's not connected to the internet. I'm like, how are you not connected to the internet? We're not in the 500s yet. This was the frame for V1 by the way. So this originally was the frame for V1 100. Okay. Okay, don't spit out my filament this time. There we go. I think we're okay now. I don't know why it does another home. Yeah, 468. Okay, now we're good. Now we're laying down plastic. I'm gonna have to baby step it down a touch. Control. How do I baby step? Where are baby steps in? Do I have baby steps in this? Code viewer. Whatever. If it sticks, it sticks. If it don't, it don't. Yeah, it's not sticking to the bed. Pause. Cancel. I need more squish. Yeah, not enough squish. Well, I'll just set my actual offset. We'll go with 2. Save. Terminal. Start. Okay, try it again. I would like to say, honestly, I would like to try and save it for 500, but just because this is the frame from 100, from V1 100, but that's not a deal breaker thing. I'm not going to submit it for a serial until it's done. So it still needs a screen, it needs a proper PEI bed, it needs an enclosure. My upper Z idlers here are actually the wrong ones. They're the ones printed without the tabs, so they're actually already crooked. So I got to replace those. So I won't submit it to a serial till it's done. Okay, so we're heating up again. So we're going to try this again. More squish. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sit down and go through all the starting code on this and sort out what I actually need. Yeah, this is oddball size. Okay, so this frame was originally for a 300 by 300 by 400 V1, which works out to an actual printable area of about 330 by 330 by about 380, 390 on a V2.4. So, but I am reusing a 12 by 12 bed, so I'm gonna have to like download a slicer setting or a Cura setting to make it not try and print in dead air. As a booger. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, come on. Nope. Still got no smush. Why aren't you sticking? I hate blue tape. How do people live on blue tape? Like seriously. How does everyone use blue tape? Like I gotta clean all the boogers off. Use V1 bed. Oh my god, that's gross. Where are my tweezers? Oh my god, the boogers. Oh yeah, this doesn't have a plated nozzle. That's right. Yeah, I'm smearing glue stick on it. I don't care at this point. That's how we're doing it. I honestly, I don't know. Some people are like, blue tape works. Just put blue tape and you're good. I screw it. I have a sheet of PEI, like a plain Jane sheet of PEI I could put on this, but I don't want to because I want to put a flex plate on it. And I'm going to be waiting a while for that flex plate to come in because China and Rona. God, the boogers. Triangle Labs plated copper nozzles are really good for fighting ooze or stuff sticking to the nozzle. I do have binder clips, yeah. Yeah, screw it. We're just trying to get a cube going. That's all I wanted to do is one cube tonight. Make sure it prints, and then we'll and then my next stream will actually have it functional. There we go. Smush it down. Captain tape. I do have Captain tape, but it's very, it's only like 3/4 inch thick, so I'd have to put a million sheets. But we got it going down. It's sticking. Bimetallic V6 heat break. I haven't looked at that. Do you have a link to it? Clippy? RCF's a Mac guy. I don't think he's ever had to talk to Clippy. Yeah, we got a little bit of too much squish now, but who cares? Oh shit. Okay, I might. You know what? I'm gonna have to cancel this because this is set up for a Bowden, and I'm running an afterburner, which means my he's getting fed a little too many amps, way too many amps. Control home. Yeah, that motor was getting way too hot. Nope, not putty. No pad. Yeah, I was feeding way too much to that extruder motor. Yeah, I just realized. Let me check here what I was feeding it. ZZ extruder. Where's extruder? Probe, override. Extruder! Pressure advance, smooth time, filament diameter. Yeah, we're going to drop that down. We're going to drop that down a bit. We're going to drop it back down to a normal 0.5 amps. There we go. Terminal. Restart. let's try this again. I totally wasn't feeding 1 amp to an afterburner stepper motor. Totally was not. No, was not doing that. Totally was not feeding it that much. On the bright side, it stuck real good. Like, actually really good. Actually, 1.1. He had it set to 1.1. You Discorded me the link. Let me take a look here. So, bimetallic heat break. So it's obviously it's a heat break, but what two metals? Oh, I see what they did. So they're basically trying to make the same style of heat break that they have on the Mosquito and the Dragon. I'll pull it up here. So the bimetallic heat break has... You're basically looking at almost the same style as the Mosquito and Dragon, where they have the surgical tube, and then they have... Because this is what's good on the Dragon and the Mosquito is you have a larger melt zone because the portion of the heat break that screws into the block is actually transmits the heat good as well, versus titanium or like stainless steel, which is a poor heat transfer medium. And then up here, it's also copper, so it irradiates the heat into the... Yeah, actually that might be worth it. I don't know if it's like worth it, like will make it better than a Dragon, but if you got a V6, that probably actually would be a decent upgrade. Or at least something worth trying. Okay, back to trying to get this to print. And hopefully not... hopefully not cook a stepper motor in the process. I could put a fan on it. There we go. Yeah, you can do a V0 for 400 if you are really good at finding stuff on sales and good deals. It's shipping that's killing everything right now, unfortunately. That the cheap shipping from China is either going to take forever or doesn't exist anymore, so you're paying, higher shipping charges, or you're a lot of people are just saying screw it and buying stuff off of Amazon and spending double or 3 times the price. So okay, it's going to look a little ugly at first because it's got some of the skirt got sucked into it, but I think it should be okay. Like it is printing. Yep. Don't bite me. I hate PLA. And I got a rattling fan, it sounds like, too. Great. Yeah, rattling fan. Yay. Am I losing some hair? Yeah, it's called getting old. It happens to all of us. On the bright side, these temperature graphs, mighty clean. So, ooh, that fan kicked on. Oh, okay, well, it blew away the little nub of stuff. Yeah. I'm hoping this fan isn't really annoying on the stream, because it's cutting through the noise canceling of these. Yeah, PLA, so fan's cranked at 100. Let me, I can't change the fan speed in Cura or in Octoprint? Oh my god. Okay, so it's not scorching hot anymore. Yeah, it's afterburner. I'm so used to running it at like 15 or 20% fan because... Okay. Yeah, as long as my voice is okay. Remember, this is like, these are normally enclosed. Yeah, but it's PLA. I should have like... RCF, don't you know you should have like dual 2015 fans and like a blower motor blowing directly at your print all times? You see those tool heads? Okay, well, it's printing. 5% done. Okay, so this is the very first print with 0 tuning. Oh, close up. Let's see what I can do here. No. That's really crappy. You're gonna make me do this. I thought I had more. Yes, this is bolted to the bed. Oh no, it's a Robertson screw. I forgot I'm in Canada, I use those. Adjusted the retraction. Actually, no, I haven't adjusted the retractions. Whatever default is for retraction settings is what I'm running. So... Don't drop the screw into the printer. There you go, DeWalt, make yourself useful. ABS to the rescue. Camera 2. Okay. Let me see if I can brighten this up. There. Apply. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I had it. It's a printed mount that I just screwed to the desk. Yeah, it's a mosquito. So. Focus, you fuck. Oh wait, I gotta hold my hand in front of it. Yes, and the wise old words of Uncle Bumblefuck. So yeah, so it's printed. Is it out of focus? Let me see here, because I can manually focus it. I think. Focus. Camera control. Focus. That's as focused as she'll get. It's because it's so close. It's focusing on the background. Well, the problem is it's so close that it's like it's meant to focus on something a few feet away. There we go. Yeah, it's doing the best I can here. I'll post videos. Don't worry. Like when it's done, I'll post pictures up, obviously. So if somebody wants to send me a Sony A5100. I'll gladly use that for up-close streams. So, in the meantime, this will do. And yes, the overhangs. Yeah, it's PLA anyways. I'm going to print a cube and it's going in the garbage. Yeah, so she's making stuff. Sweet. Okay, so while that's going, because it's going to be, I don't know, let's see here, 20% done. Any questions? Because it's focusing on a printer, so I can't really do anything. Yeah, what is this? This is stream like 6, 7, I think. Well, to be fair, this is pretty much about 80 to 90% of a full build, okay? The only things that I didn't go over were actually assembling the frame and attaching the rails, because I already had those done, and I really wasn't going to... you know, rip off something that's perfectly fine and start over. So I left those on. But other than that, it's pretty much a complete full build that I have streamed. So what am I going to do before I serial it? I still have to attach a screen. I still have to finish the skirting. I still have to build the enclosure. Now, I'm probably not going to go acrylic yet, just because it's kind of a pain to find right now. And with shipping and whatnot, I'm probably just going to enclose it in coroplast at least, for the most part. But I do want to have it to a state where it's like, I'd be happy, and not, you know, just, if you want sad, go back and go to the Reddit, the subreddit, look up the serial that I posted for V1.100 and how sorry that printer looked in that serial, and then go into the comments and I replied to that with a updated video of when I actually completed V1.100, and that's what a serial video should look like, and not the actual video I posted for the serial. So I'll probably wait until I have, you know, something good. There we go. Keeps falling over. Put me at the top there. There we go. Yeah, so it's printing fine. Yeah. It's actually, that's one of those, the silicone socks that I made, that actually I did on the instruction video. That's actually the one from the instruction video. So. Okay, so basically the deal with cereals, it started off Russian Cat Food when he sent out the first like batch of V1 kits, which you only think it did like 10 or 12 of them. When people got them built, he gave them like a serial number, because like, oh, you finished the kit, you got a serial, and then it just sort of kept on going from that. So it's, you finish a Voron, and you can't just, it has to look something like this. You have to have the wires managed. It has to look good, basically. So when you finish your Voron, you post a picture or a video of it actually to the subreddit of it printing, and you get a serial number, and it's kind of just a badge. Be like, oh, I you know, this guy is V2.4. This was the frame for V1.100. My V0 is V0 number 3. So it's just kind of, you know, oh hey, I built a Voron. It's a legit one. This is the serial number. And if you sell the printer, the serial number goes with it. Or something like that. I think that's what we decided on. You don't get a new serial. But just, you know, just something to kind of... And it's nice to know, like, oh, hey, there's almost 500 V2s out there. Because who knows how many hypercubes and whatnot. I'm sure there's more, but... It's funny though, because we come across people every now and then who have Vorons that have never heard of the subreddit or the Discord, and it's like, how did you find this? Are you using the Dragon hot end in your printer right now? No, the Dragon hot end is still sitting in the box. I was originally going to put it in my V0, but it didn't come in time, so I ended up slapping a V6 in it, which is like the threaded V6, which it's working fine. So I was going to swap it out, but I might hang on to it for another project. We'll see. But this guy has a mosquito. Both my V2s run mosquitoes. So how hot are my motors getting? Okay, those ones are fine. Separate. Oh, these ones are nice and chilly. And okay, that's much better at 0.5 amps than 1.1 amp. So mosquitoes are actually really nice. You know what? I have functionally they work great. It's just they're kind of a pain to work with because of the paste, and they have a tendency to melt ducts, which I haven't melted these ones yet in the 2 hour of heat that they have felt so far. But yeah, it's they are a very good hot end. Don't get me wrong. It's just when it comes to the value of the Dragon, there's really no point in buying a mosquito. I made a whole video on it. Yeah, all I can hear is the fans. It's kind of crappy. Like I'm watching the meter and it's peaked on fans, but it is what it is, unfortunately. Hooray for active canceling no earplugs. Yeah, that Noctua build looked really sweet. I haven't seen it printing yet, though. Has he got it up and running? Did he get serialed with it, or was it a new build? Or a redo? What thermistor? I just use the Beta 3950s or whatever bulk from Triangle Labs. Like, I know some people swear by the PT100s. I just use bulk thermistors. I haven't had any issues. I should have printed this thing at a 45 degrees so you can see the... okay, the fan makes these overhangs worth it. Or these overhangs make the fan worth it. And you know what's funny? I can print this whole thing in here. Like, just to give you an idea of print volume. Like, this was printed on V1 100, by the way. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know there's a mosquito clone. I know a few people have bought them. The problem is I haven't seen guaranteed quality to recommend them. I know some people have said the mellow ones are good, or the new mellow ones are good and the old ones were bad. I know it exists, but I personally wouldn't recommend one because we know the Triangle Labs Dragon is good. And so a knockoff mosquito that has, you know, the annoyance factor of the mosquito without the guaranteed quality, I wouldn't spend the money, because you know the mosquito is more by quite a bit. You know it's going to be good versus on something. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't recommend the knockoff mosquito. I haven't seen enough people say they're good. That's why. Oh, the Troodon. Yeah, that's kind of like weird because it's a lot of it's like a V2.0. So it's like it's basically the idea of a Voron, but it's really not any of the current revisions. But yeah, it's China. We can't do anything against it. We asked them to put it inspired by Voron, and that was pretty much it. Ooh, this is coming out real good. The only downside is there's some like crud in the bottom from the skirt getting sucked into it. TL have really like, they're good. Like I'm legit impressed with Triangle Labs. Physec's not too bad, but Triangle Labs is like legit. Like if they were based in the US and they were selling what they sold or what they sell for those prices, they would be killing everyone. Even right now, they're knocking it out of the park. It just sucks that it takes 3 months to get anything from them for the most part. James, if you look at the Dragon hot end, they're basically everything is the same except for. Let me see if I have. Oh, I don't have one. Everything's the same except for the two parts that hold your heat hot end. So it's just we have mounts for the Mosquito, the Dragon, and the V6. So, how many hours to print the 2.4 parts on a V2 250? It's I think it's 4 plates plus accent. So it's like 50 hours ish. It's a good 3 to 4 days of printing. It's like 3 plates of a day, and then a half-day plate, and then a like a 3/4 day plate of accents. Yeah, their BMG clone is good. That's what the BMG clone is what I use for the guts for these two afterburners and the pocket watch. Well, I wouldn't really say it's a clone, because a clone implies that it's it's the same, where it's like it's not. Because people say like, oh, a Dragon is a Mosquito clone. It's not. It functions similarly, and it kind of takes the same ideas, but they're not clones because they're not the same. So the Troodon isn't a Voron clone. It's inspired by Voron, right? It's like the first man who invented the car, and then somebody else built a car that's a completely different car. They're like, oh, you cloned my car. No, I built another car. Well, my heat sinks haven't fallen off the taco yet. I'm assuming they're running cool enough. Let me see if I can get it in with the temperature probe. What did I use to print my V1-100? I used a Monoprice Select Mini, and I printed it all in PETG. I don't have any of the pictures. They're on my computer upstairs. Wait, how hot are these? Okay, this is horrible, but I'm only reading like 34 degrees on those. That's okay. Yeah, it took me like 2 weeks to print all the parts for it, and if you look at the parts, like if you go back in the GitHub and look at the parts for V1.5, there's really not a lot of parts. Well, the Monoprice Select Mini, you could heat the bed up to like 75 degrees Celsius, and then when you turn the hot end on, the bed would drop down to like 65, 70. It literally could not get hot enough to print ABS. I tried. Like, you want quality? This is the bed from the MP Select Mini. Yeah. It is 2 mil. Oh. I just lost a fan. Oh, overhang. That always scares me. I always forget that the Voron has overhang settings. So it controls the fans over overhangs, and sometimes it'll kill the fan completely. And I always forget about that, and it scares the crap out of me anytime I'm in the room, because I'm like, uh-oh, did my fan die? Did I break a wire? It's like, nope, it's just, yeah. So, what is that? A 1 3/4, yeah, 1.7, or, oh shit, no. 1.5 millimeter bed on a Monoprice Select Mini. 1.5 millimeter thick bed. And that couldn't get above 70 Celsius. Oh yeah, was that full G's or was that John's that had to print sideways? Yeah, mini rolls. Cura has overhang settings and bridge settings built into it, where it'll automatically. You can tune it obviously, but we have it set where it'll like the default Voron profiles have it where it'll ramp the fan up, ramp the fan down. It'll increase your speeds and decrease your speeds, increase flow, decrease flow, whatever, to basically allow it to do like some pretty obscene bridges. Yeah, and Ender 3, I think the heat break, you could swap it out. I think it's the Chimera heat break. You swap it out with the Chimera heat break, and it allows you to pretty much print ABS without having to worry about a PTFE burning on you. And you're good to go. So you just gotta enclose it. And then you gotta tune it with all the V-wheel shit. Oh, here. You wanna watch the print? Cura is actually surprisingly powerful. It's just that a lot of people don't go into the settings. Like, for example, here. So we got, okay, Cura, cooling. I'm pretty sure it's an experimental. So yeah, so there's all your settings that you can tweak in Cura for bridges. So you can go in Cura and actually tune quite a bit. Just a lot of their default settings are hidden, or they're on but they're not visible. So for example, like as you see here, like it doesn't show any of the bridge settings because they're on by default, they're just hidden. So you have to activate them and then tune them if you want to tune them. So yeah, if you dig through all the settings in Cura, there is a ton of settings and adjustments you can do. It's just a lot of people just have a habit of just sticking with the default. Yeah, Kit, another tip with the Ender or any bed flinger, try and arrange stuff on the Y-axis instead of the X-axis. Because you want to try and basically think of it like balancing a plate, where if you're rocking from side to side, you want everything in the middle. So think of that like if your bed's moving like this, you want your parts arranged this way and not this way. So that way your printer doesn't really move much in the Y. So that way you're not dumping the heat off when you move the bed. I played around with trying that on the Monoprice. It's just that the bed was so small I couldn't actually like get any like validation that theory works. But I believe that would help a bit, because I know on like my V1, because the bed just slowly dropped with a brim and a skirt and or a draft shield, I had no problem printing ABS because the heat just sat on top of it. You just got to keep it from flowing out. Have a good one, Geens. Thank you for spending the stream with us. Glad you liked it. Sourcing parts. Yes, I use CNA linear rails. So for shipping for the rails, I don't know if this is still the case because of Rona, but you used to be able to order like batches of 2 or 3 at a time. So you would, if you needed like 5 rails or 6, or how many do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we need 8 rails now. What you would do is order like 3, then 3, then 2, or something like that. Because once you hit a certain amount, then they charge you for bulk shipping because of weight. Now, I don't know with Rona if you could still do that. Yeah, stainless steel Rails, I've had zero issues with CNA rails. Honestly, I've never had an issue. Oh yeah, if they got rid of that, that sucks. But yeah, we used to be able to do that all the time. And it's funny because I'd order 4 rails and 3 rails, and they would ship all 7 at once. Yeah, we're over halfway there. And we do have a little bit of ghosting, and we do have some minor issues with pressure advance. But again, everything right now is set for Bowden. The only thing I did was drop the amps to the motor. So, need a drink. So here, what I'm going to do, I'll record some like up close video, and I'll post it on the my YouTube channel, just so you guys can actually get some like good quality video of this thing running. Because I know watching it on the stream here, it's kind of kills it a little bit. So. And no, this is not a serial video. This is just a video so you can see it printing before it's finished. There we go. Camera keeps falling down. Thomas, glad you liked the videos and enjoyed the streams. Yeah, Canada is getting, we are getting screwed right now on China stuff. Apparently, like, it just comes in and just sits at customs for weeks and months. The Dragon that I have, I ordered mid-January. It didn't show up till the end of March. But I think it's starting to clear up now, because I did order something about a month ago, and it already came in. So we'll see. Then again, back in like January, I ordered a tiny little webcam for the Zero, and that still hasn't shown up. So one day. Actually, I'm gonna be back. I need a drink. Go. I don't know what YouTube's policy is, but tonight we got some Alexander Keith's Indian Pale Ale. Labatt's. Some good burr. The part of Canada that's as south as you can go. Like, literally, as south as you can go, pretty much. So, some rails being easier to move than others, basically use those on your Zed. As long as they're not actually sticking, you should be fine. Like, I know most rails, when they come in, you clean them, they move really good, and then once you grease them up, some won't drop, some will. But basically, like, I have one really bad rail on here that I basically cleaned and then just ran by hand until it kind of worked itself in. and I'm seeing no issues. But yeah, basically you want your best rails on your X, your second best set on your Y, and then the rest on your Z. Yeah, sitting duck. When I built this frame, I actually drilled and tapped everything myself. Well, it uses Nasumi corner cubes, so it's not drilled. But I tapped it all myself, and I'm never doing that again. OCG Speed. Cheers. Appreciate it, man. And again, I say it every stream, anyone who donates to the stream, it goes into either the Voron fund or a streaming equipment fund. So all this donation so far has pretty much helped with the cam link. So now I have that quality, and I'm not streaming with 12-year-old webcams anymore. So I do appreciate it. Thank you. Is this in your basement? Yes, this is my basement. Actually, I might do a video of like a printer room tour. It's like literally 10 by 10 feet. Just to kind of show off like the stuff you collect when you help design printers over a couple of years. For drilling the blind holes, I believe there is a jig. I do believe so. It's literally clearance hole for an Allen key. So it doesn't have to be bang on. It can be out a bit. Man, I can't believe this thing is coming out good. Profit margin doesn't really exist. When I did PIF, so I'll be upfront. I did PIF for 2.1. I did about 20 kits. Basically, once you factor in shipping, time, and because you got to think, there is a time investment. It does take a couple hours to make sure all the parts are good when they come off the bed. We have to package everything up. There's machine runtime, electricity costs, wear on the machine, any maintenance that we have to do on the machine because we're running them 24/7 when we're doing PIF. Plastic cost. Basically, I think there was like enough extra to buy the rails for this guy when I convert it from a V1 to a V2 or something like that. It's by no means profitable. Yes, there is a little bit extra, but it's not like a net negative. We're not losing money on it, but you're not making any sort of money that would be worthwhile going, I'm actually going to do this for a living, or even for more than... It might be beer money at most, or in most of our cases, printer part money, because pretty much all of us have used any profits to do Voron shit. So it's not a profitable venture. It's a break even with maybe some extra venture if you're lucky. Because every now and then you'll be like you'll sell a kit, and then by the time it gets to Buddy, a part broke in transit or something. And most of us would just ship a new part out of pocket because, good customer service and all that. So there goes, $15, $20 that would have been in there. So, yeah, because a lot of people don't realize, like, you think, oh, hey, you just hit print. But no, like, okay, machine's running for 24 hours, 500 watt heater, 50 watt heater cartridge for your printer, or the hot end. So the electricity costs do add up. Wear and tear on the machines, maintenance on the machines are hours. Like about 2 to 3 hours of actual work, hands-on, on each kit. So, come on, Walton, you have to have some trust in the printer. It's only its first print; it should survive. How fast? It's the default settings. So, let's see here, speeds. There's the speeds. Actually, what accelerations do I have? I don't even know what acceleration. Enable acceleration control. Okay, so there's our accelerations too. So that's the speeds and acceleration. What's the wattage? I think this one is running a... this one has a 500 watt heater for the bed, and then it also has a 50 watt heater for the hot end. $117 kilowatts. Actually, wait, I got a power supply here. Ugh. Display. Let's see what I got. So it is pulling up to... I don't have the bed PWM'd or anything. I hope you can hear me. I'm just sitting on the ground here. It is pulling up to 2.9 amps. Kilowatt. Oh, and percentage of max is showing. Oh, there we go, kilowatts. Like 250? Like anywhere from like 50 to 250, I think. I don't know. And then spike it up to like 2.6, 2.7 amps. Yeah, it's PLA, so the bed's only at 60 versus, 100. Yes, it's a Mosquito at 50 watts. That was one of the, I think, Midwest Steel. I'm not in the U.S., so I'm not affected by that. Yeah, and I don't know what I don't think the bed's PWM'd, so I think the bed's running hotter than it should, or at a higher thing. But let's take a look here and see what we got for. Look how stable that temperature chart, that graph is. That is butter. Well, it's a standard flow Dragon, or Mosquito, so it'll do, I think, 15 or 16 centimeter or millimeters cubed, I think it is, per second or something like that. Whereas like a high flow will do like 25, I think, and then the Volcano does 40. Like I can set this printer right now to outrun this hot end, no problem, with a 0.4 nozzle. I'm not going to, but I could. Oh, that is clean. Can't remember the last time I ran one of these unenclosed and at full fan. Yeah, I've pushed a full print at basically one of these 2x size at 300 millimeters per second, 10K Excel. I did have a layer skip though about halfway through, so I stopped it. How much calibrate Danobot? This printer pushed its first plastic like at the during the stream. This is the literally out of the box, I guess, calibration. This is the default profile in Cura, default speeds and excels. So this is this is like brand new. There's no calibration on this. The only thing I did was just ensure that the extruder steps were correct, and that's about it. So yeah, so this is how a Voron usually is if you build it well and then you just go to town and let it print. Hey. Don't be doing that in the stream. Okay, yeah, it should be done soon. Let's see here. We are at 91%. So how's everyone else doing tonight? Yeah, move on. We're building printers, not drama. I smell popcorn. Anyone else smell popcorn? I think we're coming up on the top layers. Actually, wait. Kira has a visualizer. Go back to work. It's Sunday tomorrow. Who works on a Sunday? Oh no, I have some slight stringing. Whatever will I do? I would not use resin parts. Long story short, I don't think anyone's ever built a Voron with resin parts that have worked fine. I think it has issues with strength. It is eSun PLA Plus. Yeah, it's doing the brick. It's top layers. It is. Don't get me wrong. It's a nice green. It's just PLA, which is the devil's corn plastic. I am getting some popping noises though, which I'm not liking. But I don't see any defects in the outer layer, so I don't know what that is, what the popping is. Yes, that group that I printed. Oh, it's back here. Yeah, so this guy, I printed it like with a 0.8 nozzle at like 0.4 layer height. This is the same green. I don't know if you can see. Can't see the layer lines, too close. Yeah, it's probably wet, but I'm not seeing any cracks or bubbles on the surface, because usually you would see imperfections. I'm not concerned. This PLA has been sitting out for like a year now. Thanks for joining us, Sitting Duck. Take care, man. No, Cowboy 1. It's been doing it the whole print. I'm thinking it's just either moisture popping or just something clicking. It does sound like a pop, though. I'm not too concerned. 81 people watching art. That's what this is. Look at this. This is modern art. You guys are all awesome. I still can't believe we broke 100. I'm surprised. I probably will once I get this in a state where it's like I trust it to go. Unwatched, which honestly on a Voron is like print number 2 or 3. I'll probably set it up to do a full day print. Like I'll print something that uses the full volume, so I'll do that like Fantasy Castle or... Yeah, we're done. Okay. Done. Oh, I told it to go somewhere. It can't. Either way. The Eiffel Tower. I have tried that bloody Eiffel Tower. I haven't tried it on a V2, to be fair. But back when this was a V1, I tried printing that Eiffel Tower I don't know how many times. And I could never get it to come out without it just falling apart like 2/3 of the way up. I would have a jam or something. So I've never been able to actually do that Eiffel Tower. Okay, let's see here. Review back because power's off. Oh, that's actually attached to the bed. I might have to wait for it to cool. Who am I kidding? Oh, it's taking a chunk out of the bed. So you can tell I over smushed it. Oh well. I've damaged the blue tape. Oh no. Yeah, I disabled the steppers because I threw in a quick code to tell it to move to the back. But I told it to move out of range. I meant to put 325. I put 355 or something like that. So it shut down because it couldn't go somewhere. Like it couldn't actually go there, so it just shut down. Because Klipper would rather just shut down than, you know, kill itself. This crap off the bed. Okay, so let's see if we can get some close-ups without... Those guys are meant for close-ups. Yeah, so we'll have to use this cam. I don't know. I'll just take a bunch of pictures of it and put it on the Discord. Yeah, I'd rather it, you know, shut down than crash. So we do have some issues with the first couple layers because of the ooh, that overhang came out great. So we do have some minor stringing issues because that's going to happen when it hits setup for Bowden. Here, I'm going to post some pictures on the Discord. Let me see. Under print showcase, and then I'll link them back in here. Oh, the bearing test. Yeah, let's do a bearing test on an uncalibrated PLA cube. What is it, 625? Yeah, let's see if a bearing fits in here. Bearing fits in there. So yes, it passes the bearing test. Can I get the bearing out now? That is the question. I need a screwdriver. Where are my screwdrivers? It's PLA. PLA has different shrinking properties than ABS. When it comes out. Actually fit in there better than I've ever had a bearing fit in these. Nurq, welcome, man. Thank you, appreciate it. Please tell me you've been here the whole time and you're not showing up just now. There's no eggs, no eggs. Show it in the worst light possible. Well, I posted the pictures of it just sitting on the bed here. So, yeah, let me... Yeah, just... Okay, so go to the Voron Discord and go look there. Because if I pull them up on stream, YouTube will crunch them. Yeah, perfect first layers. Run the Gantry program trimming. Problem is, every print looks bad if you hit it with the lighting at the wrong issue. Like, you'd be surprised, like, unless you have like a $1,500 or no, what is it, $150,000 like Strasis machine, you're not going to get perfect walls. I just don't see it as a thing. Okay, let's see here. Let me pull up those pictures. Okay, so let's see here. Okay. So that's obviously some little bit of glue residue there. That's the bottom with the overhang. And there's your side picture. there's the Y. So yeah, you can see some of the skirt got sucked in. And I think that's the top. Yeah, that's the top. So obviously there's some stringing, but again, nothing was tuned. This was a complete default print off a printer we legit built on streams, and this was print number 1. So yeah. Let me rehome this. I gotta hurry up those speeds. Okay, so what time is it? It is, holy shit, it's 11:54. So I'm gonna be calling it in 6 minutes. So in 6 minutes, stream's done. Dylan, open floor, free for all. Just be nice. If anyone's got any questions or anything, now's the time to ask them. Yes, I've seen 6-minute print go. Well, let me just print the same thing and just bump the speeds up to 700%. How do I get a metal sliver? G0 Z, what is it? 300 F 1200? Try that. David, $20. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Thank you for the donation. Thank you. Yes, goal. It's not the goal yet. It's not done. It's just printing. We still have plenty of work to do. Got to make her look pretty. Have you been plagued by the first... Okay, so the first layer issues, a lot of it comes from the way your gantry is attached. I used to have those issues. One of the common way to fix it is the screws that hold your carriage blocks to your gantry. Crack them a little bit. Just make sure, let them have a little bit of play. And then run your gantry leveling routine like 20 times. Just let it go. And then when it's done, tighten up those blocks. And tighten up more than you had them before. Like not reef them tight where you're breaking plastic, but tighten them. That usually fixes the most common wandering zero issue. I know I did that on this guy after one of the rebuilds, and it fixed the issue. So, will you be making a printing guide video? I do plan on trying to do a video on how to print ABS for dummies, basically. I'm going to need a printer for that. That's not a Voron, because showing you how to print ABS on a Voron is kind of cheating. But that is in the works. Yeah, Paul, wiring, it's just one of those things you just got to get through it. But once it's done, if you do it right. I had to go back in and fix some stuff from last week. Next build here is V0. Unfortunately, my V0 is already built. I would have to take it apart and then rebuild it. So I don't plan on that right now because I don't think I have the time. But ripping apart and then rebuilding a V0. If I was building something else... another V0, yeah, but I only have the one, and I don't plan on having a second one. Ruv Patel, $10. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the streams, and thank you for joining us tonight. This is actually probably the best first print I've had off of Voron in a while. I think because I think the reason this turned out this good is because we actually have default profiles now in Cura. Because before you had to just wing it for that first print, so everything was kind of wonky. So Yeah, broken wire in the zip chain. Broken wires can be a pain. If you're worried, you can always run some extra wires. I know I used to do that back in the Cat 5 days, where I would just run like another 4 or 6 wires through, just in case you lose one. You can just swap over. Cowboy 1, beer money. Thank you, man. This is actually my last beer. I'm out after this, so thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you enjoy the streams. I'm surprised how many people, like, okay, if you look at pretty much 90% of plastic, it's ABS. ABS is an industry standard. I work in injection molding. The majority of the stuff we do is ABS or PCABS or some form of ABS. Yet everyone with 3D printers is afraid of it. It's an industry standard for a reason. It's a really good plastic, material-wise, but it stinks, so people kind of think it'll kill you. Prusa Slicer. I've never touched Prusa Slicer. Honestly, I've only ever used Cura because that's what came with my Monoprice Select Mini, and I've had zero issues with it, so I've just stuck with it. The V1 is a simpler build because you're not dealing with the flying gantry. The gantry itself is pretty much the same. Literally most of this is the same. It's just flipped upside down, so the rails are on top. But it is a simpler build, much cheaper, a couple $100 to $300 cheaper for comparable size, which it is, it is a decent savings, but yeah, so the V1.0 and like V1.5 were a lot cheaper than a V1.8, but they didn't have rails, so yeah, PETG. I printed my V1.0 or 1.5 in PETG. And that's pretty much all the PETG I've ever printed. I still have leftovers from the spool from over 2 years ago. So here's the thing with ABS. You can't print good stuff with ABS. Okay. So this print's kind of screwed because my son dropped it and broke the wings off. But this Alduin model, okay? This is ABS. This is ABS. It's printed in multiple parts and glued together. But this is ABS. You can do good prints in ABS. And the advantage with ABS, you print it in ABS, you can acetone weld it together. So this is acetone weld. And unfortunately, my son dropped it. Well, knocked it off a shelf and broke the wings off of it. But yeah, and the tail broke off. But it's ABS, so you can print good stuff out of ABS. You just need time to tune it, and the Voron is an ABS machine. The tail was already cracked. Okay, so here's the difference between a V2.4 and a V1. The tail was already cracked. A 1.5-year-old got a hand of it. So print quality wise, the difference between a V1 and a V2 isn't really much now because they use the same gantry. Okay, the advantage of a V2 is you have a lower mass. So if you're building a bigger printer, the V2 is better because most of your mass is lower, so you're going to have less wobbling to deal with. Whereas the V1, you start up here, your bed's up here, your gantry's up here, you're going to have more wobble. So on the smaller printers, it's not a big deal, but on bigger printers, it's a big deal. That's why this guy was converted from a V1 into a V2 instead of just being upgraded V1. And then it is a simpler design, so if you're not as mechanically inclined, you will usually run into less issues building a V1 than a V2. Personally, I still kind of want to build a V1. I wouldn't build a big one. I'd probably build like 250 or even like a 231. But it really comes down to personal preference because print quality wise, you're probably not going to see much of a difference. It's just what you plan to do with the machine and how much you plan to print. So like a V1, if you only plan on printing like PLA, PTG every now and then, and you're only going to print like a couple spools a year, a V1 makes perfect sense. If you want a machine that'll just chew through ABS all day, every day, and you're going to be running it 24/7, I would go with a V2 simply for it's more efficient and you can run it at a little bit faster speeds because it's a lower center of gravity. Yeah, the V1 is easily enclosed. Like again, this guy would have needed a top hat to enclose as a V1. Yeah, because the V1 now is pretty much a V2 gantry with a V1.6 bed. Okay, so for the thermal fuse, the way I mount it, you want the thermal fuse kind of close to the heater mat, but not touching the heater mat, because it'll take time for the heat, like not a lot of time, but it will take time for the heat to transfer from the mat through the steel to the fuse. So in the event that you have a runaway and your heater just cranks it and goes, you want that fuse to trip to trip as soon as possible. So I mount mine close to the heater but not touching the heater, like a 2 to 3 millimeter air gap. So that's where I would put it. The fuse or the ground wire doesn't matter. It can be anywhere on the bed. Speaking of injection molds, I'd assume yes. Some parts wouldn't be too bad to injection mold. Actually, a lot of the parts on the 2.4, because we simplified the design, wouldn't be too hard to injection mold. It just comes down to cost of tooling. I haven't done a count of the actual number of parts, but it's easily like, you know, this is like 80 or 90% of the non-accent parts for a V2.4. So something like this, you'd be able to injection mold pretty easily. You would have to redesign every part with draft, though. Because right now a lot of stuff's just straight walled, which straight wall doesn't work in injection molding. Because you need draft to let the part release out of the core cavity half of the tool. You would need to design, some parts would need slides, some part would need lifters, ejector pins. You wouldn't be able to do single tools for, or some of the parts you could probably get by with multiple parts per tool. Some stuff you wouldn't, so you're going to need, you know, dozens of tools potentially. Each one of those tools is going to need a press to run in. Going to injection molding isn't really worth it at the scale. Now, like, for example, Prusa still prints all their parts, okay? I'm pretty sure Prusa could do a few design changes, get some China molds, and pump out parts cheaper and quicker doing it that way. But part of their shtick is printed parts on printers. Because if you look at like a lot of the Chinese printers, they use injection molded parts. Because you can get molds from China real cheap. Tempered glass, that's going to add a lot of weight to your printer. It's like a Spec 250 is already like 40 pounds plus. This guy, I don't have a scale to put him on that'll weigh it, but I'm sure it'll be 50, 60. If you were looking for, if you didn't care about like having to see through it, just get Coroplast for now. Like that's what I'm planning on this guy. This guy, I'm just going to, you know, get a bunch of Coroplast and do like at least everything but the front in Coroplast for now until, you know, stuff's easier to get and shipping. Because right now, like the only place, like this guy is enclosed with plastic from Tap Plastics. I paid the shipping to get it from the US up here because I wanted that smoked acrylic because it looks really good, or smoked polycarbonate because it looks really good personally. But I would not do it again, especially for this guy. Edwin, 1999. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the stream. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hope you've been here since the beginning because we have been printing. We have made stuff. Yeah, Bondtech prints parts too. Like, tooling isn't really as expensive. It depends what it is. Small parts, molds from China, if it's simple, China pump that out like no tomorrow for a tool. Trust me. The stuff I personally work on, though, is like mostly automotive tools. So fascias, door panels, whatnot. No doubt about it, buddy. Yes, I am Canadian. From South Detroit. Okay, let's get this corn plastic out of here. Have I run point? I have not. I'm still running 1.8 degree steppers everywhere. I don't really see a need for 0.9s. I know some people have been running them and they like them, but for what I print, I usually print, like I'm printing Voron parts, I'm printing mechanical parts, or stuff that will be finished after, so like painted or sanded. So I'm not really too concerned about like the absolute perfection of surface quality, because the amount of upgrade you'll see. Plus, I've already bought all these motors. I'm not one to ditch something to buy a replacement that might have a insignificant improvement. If I build another one, I might go to 0.9s, because I know some people have, especially I think it's the LDO motors are getting some traction. But personally, I'm sticking with these motors on here until I need to replace them, because they work fine. I'm not going to throw away stuff that works fine. I already got a bucket of stepper motors already that I need to find stuff to do with. So, yeah. Don't need to add to the pile. Yeah, the 0.9, some people, like, I think they're a little bit quieter, a little bit more accurate, but we're spewing melted plastic out of a nozzle at 300 millimeters a second sometimes. So, but anyways, so we got it working. Nothing's hot. Everything's cooling down. I think we're all good there, so I'm going to kill the power. And I think we're going to call it there, guys. So, I hope everyone had a good night, enjoyed the stream. If you do have any questions that I didn't get to, or if you think of anything after stream, feel free to post them in the comments below. As always, like and subscribe to the channel. It does help out. I'm surprised on how fast it's growing. So as long as people keep watching, people keep liking it, I'll keep making content. I do have some other projects in the works, of course. So don't forget to subscribe, hit that bell, all that generic YouTuber stuff. Don't worry, I haven't been sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends, so you're not going to hear from them yet. But if they pay for Voron, I will totally hawk that game to the end of time, because more Vorons are better. So yeah, so I hope everyone has a good weekend. It's Father's Day tomorrow for all the dads, so I'm going to be getting some breakfast and a good dinner. And I hope everyone takes care. Be safe out there. Wash your hands. And peace. As I lose my mouse on the screens to botch my outro. There we go. Oh yes, and NordVPN. If anyone wants to sponsor me and buy me money, buy me Vorons, I will totally do it, because that means I can build more Vorons. So, but anyways, take care.